this running. Let's make sure we can monitor the stream correctly. Good evening. This is Jupiter Exile. And after many trials and tribulations trying to get the capture to work for the PlayStation 4, I'm looking forward to bringing you Bloodborne. I'll be offline, so I'll loosely get this started. We're going to be a new game. Let me get into the stream and make sure things are running correctly. I am very concerned that the recording may or may not cooperate with this. I'm also very unsure about the audio balance looking at it, so just let me know how that turns out.
Oh, yeah.
I had to fuss with a few things. Since this isn't going through the PC, I'm still using my PC headset, and I have no game audio coming through my headset. So that's going to be tough. I've got the game audio coming out of the TV in front of me. It's been a while since I sat down to Bloodborne. This game was so good. Going with a little bit of refreshment. So I'm not going to be on camera for this because I do not have a camera angle set up around my TV gaming situation. I've only got it set up relative to the computer monitor. So let's see. Yes. So I have not gotten that adjusted. I still haven't fixed the lighting issue on my computer streaming setup. So we will be mature. Our origin will be Waste of Skin. This is what sets us to level 4, and that's the lowest level you can be. That's where we're going to sit. Even Cruel Fate is 10, Noble Scion 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. All of these are 10 except for the Waste of Skin. It's the only one that is actually disadvantaged. Let's see. We'll go with the mature voice. And, large head. Let's see. We will indeed have a large head. Let's... That just sets you up to have a large head. Can we have a large head and a very, very small body? Yeah, we're just gonna be big head lad as much as we can, and we'll roll with it. How weird can we get here? It's kind of like blue. I see this is base, and then we have the sliders. Okay. Well, let's see. Can I just be entirely purple? How purple can we get here? It's fairly purple. I think I need to have like more red base in order to make the purple come through, and it has to be a darker color. More towards blue to make the purple come out. Oh no, that's like... Can't even get there. Oh, I see. These are like laugh lines, cheek color, nose bridge. Such things are unimportant. That's very, like, human. Looks like these skin color layers should be the primary, like, determining factors of how purple we could possibly be. This is fairly on the purple side. Is there another base that makes this look more... Ooh, yeah, that's weird. That is extra weird. So let's be an extra weird boy. What? No, don't you... Okay, don't you change my whole dang thing. Ah, yes, the similar face feature. Tremendously cursed. See, do we want a giant head with very, very small features? Can we go smaller? Maybe wider eyes. How far out can we get them eyes to sit? Ooh, that's weird. Yep. Can we get weirder? That's pretty weird. Ugh. Yeah, I think that will suffice as our kind of unsettling, flat-faced, bug-eyed weirdo uh, favorite. That would be using very strong terminology for what we are now. We're like halfway to we're gonna count our enemies to death. Hmm. Hey, thanks for joining. We are just kicking off. So it's been a long time since I played Bloodborne, but coming in off of Dark Souls 3 is pretty ideal. I'm glad I was able to get this figured out so that I can fit this in before I get into a vacation stint. Since I don't think I will be around tomorrow, I almost certainly won't be around Thursday or Friday.
Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
We'll be sticking in with all the cutscenes. I've seen them, but it's been a while, and I mean, if it's on stream, the purpose is to show it off, and I'm presuming at least some of the viewers have not seen Bloodborne before. So the balance of Bloodborne compared to Dark Souls is interesting. We have a very kind of narrow set of abilities compared to Dark Souls because we can't do heavy armor. You don't have as much in the way of magic or miracles, although you do have some options relative to that. We've got some really wild-looking enemy designs that we're gonna get a load of here as we go. But essentially, you're not gonna have shields no matter how you play this. So in all respects, you'll be dealing with usually playing a pretty agile gameplay style. Now, some of the benefits of this is we don't need to stock up on various upgrade materials or anything. We'll only be upgrading one weapon throughout the run, and that's handy.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
All right, and let me know if there's anything odd about the audio balance. This is a different configuration from what I had before. All right, got our basic chop, got our heavy strike. We can press L to hold our two bare hands together. Got some notes that we can read. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. Can't open this door in the back of the clinic. That's normal. Dodgy. I might want to up the brightness. Is that a setting in the game or is that a TV thing? Okay, so technically we're at an acceptable level of brightness, but I'm going to go to half and half. Yeah, okay. No reason to shoot ourselves in the foot too fast. So the opening to Bloodborne is kind of notoriously rough, and I'm going to try and see if I still have the chops to deal with this first enemy. Yeah, thankfully I know how to attack. We've got these little messengers who will tell us little things. So coming into this first room in Bloodborne, as notoriously rough as it is, you've got this big old werewolf guy. You notice he's at half health. You can evade him, but I want to see if I can kill him. Oh. Oh, he got me. That's alright. Yeah, it's made by the same people as Dark Souls. Yes, more Soulsborne. The born part of the Soulsborne. Anyways, getting killed by this first enemy or running past him gets us the weapon that we will be running for the entire game. So it's progress whether we live or die in that first fight. I'm just going to cut through this bit. I'm eager to get to it. We are now within the Hunter's Dream, which is our main area. We've got this kind of abandoned doll here, which we can use to spend souls, or not souls, blood, if we were ever going to level up, which we won't. We'll be taking the Saw Cleaver, a mainstay, and I'll be taking the Hunter Blunderbuss, which lists that it does lower blood attack, that you can see there, but it fires more projectiles. And here we get a notebook, which we could leave messages with if we were online, which we are not. I can't open this. I believe I need to get in the inventory. I need to equip this. How do I equip things again? Man, I have forgotten all this stuff. Is equipment a different menu? Here it is. Yeah, we equip the Saw Cleaver, the Hunter Blunderbuss. That's right, we have the option of switchable stuff here, and these are our consumable options, which we don't have yet, but we're going to get into a lot of them. We've got our Transform Weapon button, basic attacks, and I believe, yeah, that's the way those combos work. Yeah, we can run around. I can't recall if there's anything important to gather up here before we move on. Let's see. I really don't think so. I think we've got a lot of tutorial messages hanging out. Oh yes, and here is the shop, which is not yet important, because we have not unlocked anything cool. Although we might want to get the Hunter Garb a little later. Oh, with regards to the parameters of this run, we're going to be aiming to complete all bosses, including DLC and all story Chalice dungeons, but we're not going to run any root Chalice dungeons. Root Chalice dungeons are randomized, and there's kind of a way of laming out the challenge run by having an online buddy invite you into a high-level Chalice dungeon, and then they carry you to get an item drop. You can get very powerful weapon modifiers that don't have a level requisite, so you could possibly access that very early in the game and completely upside down the challenge, but we're not going to do that. That is forbidden. We just got to remember, how to play the game. Okay. Rematch time, buddy. Yeah, I have a weapon now, so that's pretty trivial. Get ourselves a Bloodstone Shard. Over here we've got a couple of blood vials. Now, one thing that's noteworthy about this compared to Dark Souls is that we don't have Estus for days, unlike Dark Souls. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember if it uses a dedicated button or if it's actually its own button for healing, which is actually kind of neat. I think it's its own button, which is handy. Anywho, we heal up using a consumable that can be depleted, so we need to be possibly a little judicious about it if the run starts going sideways and we start dying a lot. This extends to other consumables as well. Bloodborne is a very consumables-oriented game, and the low-level run is a very consumables-oriented run. So we'll need to spend a bit of time running around, gathering some things, buying some things, etc. Excuse you. Now there is one little nice caveat for us. Is this extendable from this angle? So it is. And that nice little caveat is that if we take damage and hit an enemy shortly after we have taken damage, we can possibly recover health. Tag this lamp. Lamps are the bonfires of the game. Yes, upon death we awaken there. This has to open from the other side. I have to remember a lot about the layout of things. So I believe this is my better approach angle to be heading over here. Kindly fall down. Easy peasy. This first area has a lot of guys in the lower area. I don't remember where all of like the upgrade materials and important items are, so I'm going to be meandering a bit. Molotov cocktails. They're somewhat similarly to Dark Souls 3. There are some enemies with a very pronounced weakness.
Are you that out? Well, sorry, but I'll trot along.
Okay. Yeah, so beast-type enemies will have a pronounced weakness to fire. We can get access to lightning, which affects kind of outsider alien enemies quite well. Let's see, I need to remember my attack trajectories. Okay, that's a sweep, and the light attack is the overhead. Whereas for this, it's both the same type of sweep. Okay, we have a slight sweep on the heavy. I'm gonna head back over this way, because I don't remember what is over here. I think this just lets me open this door. I might have been able to... Oh no, it's closed by a device. The device is here. So that might give me a quicker run option. I think there's a guy over here. Okay, can't quite get a back hit on him. So one thing that I like a lot about Bloodborne is that it's a lot fairer to the enemies about backstabs, and by proxy, you as well. In order to trigger a backstab, you can't just stand behind somebody. You have to hit them in the back with a charged attack in order to actually trigger the backstab. This is super cool. It rewards you for planning, or like trying to find opportunities to do that, rather than just like seeing you run around enemies in a circle until you manage it. And that is just awesome. Okay, I suppose it's time to progress through this like inevitable mob of guys. Yeah, this first street has like a borderline notorious number of dudes. And I'd like to not fight all of them at once. I feel like somebody is... Yeah, there's a surprise here. Bloodstone Shards are our upgrade material. Those are pretty vital for now. But we only ever need to upgrade one weapon, so over the course of the run, we don't really need that many. Kill him right quick. Moving along this way. I'm going to head over here. I'm going to kill this guy. Some of these guys have notably more health. And I can't get to the other side of this grate yet. Glad I turned around before they showed up. Now, I believe there's an item over here. I need to make sure that dog is killed off before I get in too much trouble. Don't get shot. I believe there's a man with a gun that is on top of one of these things. It's loosely causing some trouble for me. So you can see, if you're not familiar with Bloodborne, that some of these attacks I'm making are recovering like an orange portion of health that I've got. I'm going to use one vial. chop through those guys. Move over here. Teach him a little lesson. I don't think he's quite dead, though. Let's see. Was there anything back over here? I think there may be some more doors to interact with. I completely forget what Cold Blood do. I think that's our consumable. It gives us more not souls. They're blood echoes in this game. It's very different. Okay, am I coming up on a section with some dogs or something? Let's see. I think I loosely remember there being some dogs around. We've got like a, seems like a pleasure house here. Yep, folks will comment about the night of the hunt, things like that. There are not many doors that are actually important for us to interact with. We have these awful crow enemies that try to, like, startle you. They're not very threatening. Let's see, oil urns. You can douse people in oil and then set them on fire. It's a nice, nasty little combo you can throw out. We've got a big fellow over here who's been pounding on that door. There's a couple items by him. I think at least one of those might be an upgrade material, so we'll probably need to come back around for that in a sec. Okay. Here is the item we couldn't get from the other side of the gate earlier. It's some Cold Blood Dew. I do want to stock up on those so that I can exchange them for consumables a little later. It's not, like, super important, but it's a little important. Okay, it's on the other side of this gate is the door that I need to knock on for the music box. I am going to allow myself to use the music box on Gascoigne. If you're, like, trying to maximize your challenge, you'd probably not allow yourself to use that item, because it can trivialize the fight when used properly. Quick blood vial to make up for taking extra hits from this dog. And we'll finish off that fight. Get a few more blood vials. I'll pop one right now. We can carry up to 20 of them at a time. Excess blood vials will get sent back to our box. That fellow from earlier appears to have taken umbrage with our existence. Right, this bridge has some angry wolves on it, if I stick around too much. So I'm going to try to not stick around too much. I feel like somewhere in this alley is like a guy who's going to drop down, maybe try to push me. I forget how this works. Pebbles. So there's somebody back here. Bloodstone Shard. Nope, I'm misremembering. It's been several years. I can't remember when I first booted up this game. What I can say for certain is that I basically bought a PS4 to play Bloodborne. I mean, the only games I really have for the PS4 are like Bloodborne, Prey, and I've got Horizon Zero Dawn, which is kind of... I think Horizon Zero Dawn is possibly the best video game, period. Like, I don't think another game is actually better than Horizon Zero Dawn. Oh, and Persona 5. I would like to get one of these guys to come out. I think I might need to get like a pebble in so that we can just quickly... Hey! Yo! Not quite enough. I'd like to not fight them both at the same time. That might be unavoidable, depending. These guys are a little bit more intimidating than they are genuinely threatening. That being said, I need to be probably using more transform attacks, because I think that it will get me out more damage. Yeah, it feels a lot more effective. Grab some blood vials there. I think these guys have a guaranteed, like, drop of a few extra blood vials on first kill. Uh-oh. Let's not get careless. I could just shotgun him to death. I will sometime. I may sometimes forget that I actually have a shotgun. I will remember pretty soon, I'm sure. Okay, so this is a one. Ah, right. Startling. There's a one-way drop for a bit. I think that somewhere back over here, I should be able to get a shortcut opened up. I think it's by opening this door. Okay, so there's a shortcut back. Dandy. Now I can actually loot that house I ran through before. I think there's some other stuff down here as well, but you have to fight some bigger lads for it, and I have not remembered how to kill those guys effectively just yet. Now, this house is a little dark, but more importantly, we've got a dangerous man here who will try to shotgun us. Let's see, pungent blood cocktails are the, what's it called? Those are the alluring skulls of the game. Very useful. Yeah, I see you there. You're in the dark, but anytime you're in the dark in a Soulsborne game, you gotta watch out. Okay, so let's see. There's another large lad down the way. There is a. I could have sworn there's a lamp around here somewhere. I genuinely do not recall. Okay, yeah, I think this puts me on the opposite side of the large lads from that other path. Ah, I can open this door, which gets me more shortcut. So now we've got the shortcut that's effectively across the bridge. I can take a quick look over here, which is behind these guys, but I don't need to fight them, so I'm not gonna. And let's see, down here, this is the bit with the caged dogs. Yeah. It may seem cruel, but I can't remember which of these cages open up to unleash hounds, so we are going to kind of mercilessly empty out these cages. I think it's some other cages that might be opening up anyway, so I may not be saving myself any trouble with this. Yeah, hitting dogs can be a little tough. Heal up real quick. Come across this way. Kill this dog. We'll have our first chat with the woman in here. We'll need to come back here later. Yeah. We will let her know about a safe place later on when we have found one. Let's see. Something's gonna jump out at me in this room? I don't remember. Well, anyways. Is there an item behind this stuff? No? I don't recall. I believe there's an alternate entrance to this room up here that is easier to deal with. And we've got some extra stuff up here. I think this is the location of Eileen the Crow. Hello. Let's have a chat.
A hunter, what a mess you've been here. Prepare you, there are no...
Eileen is part of a quest line that we're not really going to be getting into. It's pretty important if you wanted to run a blood tinge based build, which is not what we're looking to do. I can't recall if there's some other specific reason to interface with Eileen the Crow, but I'm not I don't have a tremendous familiarity with the various side quests of Bloodborne. Gathering up more items. I need to chop these things down. I'm doing so very carefully by using the sweeping attack. So the area that's currently below us, I believe, is quite hectic. Right, I think I need to drop down, because I dropped down to get here in the first place. We need to make sure we don't drop down too far, because we could just die if we do. What's the best spot? This is probably fine. Fine as it's gonna get. Yeah, we lost a little health, but it's alright. More cold blood dew. Yeah, so we've got these, like, tougher boys back over here. Ah, a little too early. That's fine. Let's burn one of these. Yeah, I'm just making sure I don't miss too many items through this stretch. Let's see. This is either not the hectic bit I was thinking of, or I've just, like, managed it pretty thoroughly at this point. So now that we've knocked down those corpses, we'll have some stuff to loot later coming back through here. We're not going to drop down, though. Let's see. Do I need to kick this ladder, or is this ladder already active? It's already active. Okay. Okay. Aren't you some feisty fellas? I think these crows. I think these here will drop down on you if you're taking the, like, lower path. That one's a little bit of a surprise. Surprise, crows. And let's see. Right, these guys are, like, maybe loosely hiding some items. Okay, so that's all of that. There's some other things there we can get by dropping down. I don't quite remember how this connects, but I feel like there was a reason to go up this ladder. Like a pretty compelling one. This might get me the music box, if I remember correctly. Maybe yes, maybe so, maybe crows. Okay, Madman's Knowledge. That is our basic, like, humanity item. Right, I think, let's see, this is... Okay, that was not an important one. I think it's up this ladder is something important. So we're going to have to fight one of these lads. Now, yeah, I need to remember how to address these guys. I can hear the, I think that's the attack that I want to exploit, if I remember correctly, how to deal with these guys. Ouch. That's a little nasty. Let's remember how to play the game. Didn't quite get my visceral. There we go. A couple shotgun blasts. The timing is very forgiving on these slow enemies. if you hit somebody with a ranged attack before they're about to make an attack in Bloodborne, you stagger them, and you get yourself the opportunity to make a visceral, which is like a parry, but it's a parry with a blunderbuss, which makes it way cooler. So over here at this lamp, we have a bit of a chat. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so that gets us the setup we need to fight Gascoigne with a bit of extra assistance. That will make that fight handily easier. Okay. Can head back down here and across this. And we can go back down this as well. Okay, so now we've gotten down this far. Let's see. If I don't have much to do through this run, right? Through this segment? I think I can come back here and maybe get something? No, that's not right. There's a ladder if I wanted to go back up. And this way I think leads to something. Yes, this is the trench from the earlier area. I think there's something back here. Just have to tear apart a couple rats, and we get another Madman's Knowledge. Not that big a deal. Not very important. Just a little something. I am going to go up a little bit to see if I can manage to land on that overpass. I think it might give us an upgrade item if we do. Oh, and it looks like I've left something behind back here. This is just a drop, so it's probably just some Quicksilver bullets. Yeah. Most enemies equipped with guns will have a tendency to just drop Quicksilver bullets, which we mostly don't care about. I do need to go around the other side to drop off here in a way that gets me the item. The one that's hanging out right over there. Okay, let's see. I always suck at this. Woof. Alright, it's not that big a deal. I'm not going to worry about it. So there is an item down there, but that's also like a ton of guys. So we're going to just equip a Molotov and huck it. 2 Molotovs should clean that up a whole lot. There's still a bunch of dudes down here, but it's a lot less. We've got a couple of crows who are going to try to fall on us if we dilly-dally. Thankfully, we don't need to dilly-dally. We can just, like, kind of keep pace. Are you still alive? No, he's dead. Those guys aren't exceptionally dangerous. There's just kind of a lot of them, and they'll slow you down. So down that hallway, there's like a giant boar who we can like try to fight and get past. There's no point to do that right now. I think there might be some upgrade items past him actually, but later on he can like block off something important. I think it's like a quest item down there if you go at the right time. We're gonna take this elevator so that it is active. It's another little shortcut thing. Lots of dandy shortcuts. We've got some nice level design here. So this gets us back once again to these guys. They might try to smack us in the face with a brick. I'm not going to worry about that too much, and I'm just going to move back through here. Now I believe that we can't upgrade yet. I think we need a special item for applying upgrades to a weapon, and I don't remember what that item is. But I'm going to go ahead and use this. I think that gaining some insight will trigger differences in the Hunter's Dream. I think we can open some stuff up. I don't know if that's gated around gaining insight or encountering a boss. Encountering a boss does always reward you insight. Yeah, so Level Up Gal is standing up now. We get the Beckoning Bell, but the bell is banned for us in this run. Yeah, we're not going to use any of that stuff. We can now chat with Gurman.
Welcome to the I am. You're sure to be enough. Just go out, you know.
That's what hunters do. You'll get used to it. Okay, we have access to fortification already. So we're going to start fortifying our weapon. Okay, it's 3 Bloodstone Shards to start, and it's 5 for the next fortification. So it's pretty noteworthy. We've got 3 more shards right now. We won't need to use repair almost ever. Yeah. Yeah, so our immediate goal, naturally, is to go out, run out and kill stuff. There are some extra shops here. There's an insight shop. I'm trying to remember if there's anything important here. I don't think so. Definitely not now. Alright, I'm going to step away from the game for just a moment to use the restroom, and then I'm going to be trying to remember where the heck the Cleric Beast is. I think it's on that first bridge that I kind of skipped. Past the large lad. Okay, back to it now. Whoops. Going to Central Yarnum. Now, I don't need to resort to it yet, but I think not too far into the run, I'll be using a checklist to make sure I don't miss things. There are 2 major breakpoints in the run, and there are actually kind of routes, and I think even bosses, that you can miss. For instance, I think the Amygdala is missable. I can't remember the full roster of what is. But there are kind of like time phases in the game. that you can like kind of go awry of. Okay, this is the, yeah, that's the other fall. Okay, I didn't grab this before. Let me grab that now. Okay, so there's the elevator down, but I believe I need to get to the end of that bridge right now. What's the quickest way over there? I think the quickest way over there must be through one of the gates back here that I opened, the other shortcut. So that would be back up here. No, because this was the this gate was the shortcut that I opened. Well, maybe I have to just get to the bridge normally. I don't want to waste the time of going through all of these guys again. But the quick route through here is just you fall down, you'll come over here, you'll run along this way, past all these guys, and then ignore you guys. This door didn't actually open up, which I think is my fault. We kill the dog because it is uniquely able to follow us. Most of the other stuff we're dealing with right now is not really good at keeping up. You have a very nice fast move speed in Bloodborne. Your dodge is even like this really quick thing. Oh, I didn't know he was available as a summon here. That's interesting. We're going to creep up on this guy real slow. That's not going to work out. We're going to kill him just like that, though. Some mollies, an important torch. Get some blood vials. It's our first time killing him. But that was not what we actually need to be doing right now. So we're moving along. Run up here, through here. Kill that dog. Heal slightly. Run over here. Kill this dog. Okay, that's it for that. I could have sworn that there was a quicker way of getting back over here. I'm not sure which thing I'm forgetting. I might be forgetting the location of the Cleric Beast. Okay, took him out. Blood vials. Transform attacks. You can very often just kind of swing through enemies at this early stage of the game. It's not like we're trying to run it flawless. Oh yeah. Oh, this is what I'm forgetting. It's the top floor of that little house. That's my quick way up here. Okay. Anywho. That's a little messy. Now, nearly get killed by birds. Just a little bit. Little Stunnerooski. And we'll visceral him out. It's noteworthy that even if an enemy is dead, you can continue to attack them while they're still ragdolling. And until their death rattle has finished, they're still a candidate for regaining health. Okay, this should be the spot. Yeah, here we go. Let's remember how to fight for real. My recollection is that we can spend a lot of our time kind of hanging out behind the Bloodstar Beast and make a bit of a mockery of him. I think he might have a different hitbox at the top of his head that we can kind of try to hit. I don't remember how visceral attacking him works. Got him a little stunned. I think he might be angry. Can I just throw a thing at you? Yeah, he gonna leap at you. I think he has a grab. I think that's a grab there. You don't really want to get hit by that, like, sweeping attack there. He's kind of patching up there. That opened him up for a critical. He does not like getting hit in the face. Throw in some transform attacks. And that's the Cleric Beast. Yeah, you can just spend a lot of the fight just kind of hanging out behind him and make a mockery of the Cleric Beast. He also doesn't pursue you super fast, so you can just kind of move away from him if you ever need to heal or have some trouble. You can get a lot out. You can get a lot of extra help on the fight, as I did there, by throwing a couple Molotov cocktails around. Just, like, don't go crazy with them, because you don't have them forever. But you are expected to fight the Cleric Beast actually with an unupgraded weapon most of the time, and at level 1. Encountering the Cleric Beast gives us insight, and before you have accrued any insight, you are not able to level up at all, or interact with much of anything over at the Hunter's Dream. These, like, lamps are not, well, the lamps are running, but the Hunter's Dream is not really, like, turned on prior to that point. But you only need to encounter the Cleric Beast in order to kind of start leveling up. You don't need to beat him in order to have the privilege of advancing your character. Okay, so we would like to go ahead and access... Nope. Ouch. Kill you. Ooh, I am hurt. Quite notably. Yeah, you don't need to beat him to access leveling up, just encounter him. But you can also start leveling up by using any of those Hunter's Insights that you can find a little bit ahead. Let's head over this way now. So, one thing to note about the Bloodstar Beast fight, it's a pattern for a lot of the fights in Bloodborne. It may seem, initially, like you're not doing very much to the boss, and that's kind of a trick, because the bosses have very meaningful stun thresholds and big, like, critical attacks, which gives the game a really fun cinematic feel. Like, hitting him in the face with the Molotov cocktail earlier just kind of happened to put him over the edge for for an effect. This is a bit of a nasty trick for this fight, so I need to... Okay, it didn't trigger what I was looking for. If it's... There it is. So, yeah, we have these side bits that we can head into to avoid the rolling boulder. But yeah, after I hit certain thresholds while fighting the boss, he took stuns and became more vulnerable. Both of those things kind of happen in tandem, and a lot of the boss fights in the game are like that. Oh, I was a little slow to trigger that. Oh, that actually got me. Some panic dodges. This will take us back to Central Yharnam. I'm just gonna run past this guy, so I don't need to bother very much. Because to get where I'm going, I can just go through this building, then through this door over here, and then hooking a left should put me back at the elevator. Yep. I need to call the elevator, of course, but I don't think these guys... Yeah, they won't come through this door. They're not, like, super persistent. It is noteworthy that in Bloodborne, you get a very different roll behavior based on whether you're locked on or not. And that's something that can take adjustment sometimes. If you are locked on, you get like a quick step. And if you're unlocked, you get a standard roll. I think both of them have fairly similar properties in terms of your invulnerability frames. Oh, I don't want to get jabbed that much. There comes the boulder. I'll go ahead and heal up. Oh. This guy actually wound up with my Blood Echoes. Blood Echoes are not... They don't fall on the floor the way souls do in Dark Souls. They will be attached to an enemy in the area. There we go. And you'll have to kill that enemy to get your echoes back. I want to remember what this connects to, because I believe this is optional. I don't think this gives us a shortcut. Does this put us... Okay, this puts us behind the big pig. So we could possibly come over here to grab loot. I think there's also a bottomless pit over there that we're not too big on falling in. Okay, and he's going to be angry at us for progressing this way. I don't really want to deal with him right now. If you can sneak up on him, you can critical him right up the pooper. And I believe there are some meaningful items back there, probably some crystallized blood shards. I do know that later in the game, you can complete a quest, and there's like a cosmetic that'll show up over there. I've got a couple guys here. I think that just a little bit ahead. Okay, that's right, that's right. All right. So here, we're going to have the fight with Father Gascoigne. I'll equip the tiny music box. And apart from that, we're going to do our best. Yeah, a little sip of coffee. So, plot-wise for Bloodborne, there's kind of a curse going around. There are both hunters and beasts, but men, especially talented hunters, um, turn into beasts as they kind of commit more violence and become kind of combat oriented. You can see that Gascoigne here has fangs already. I'm gonna have to remember a bit how the flow of this fight goes. He certainly won't hesitate to crack you with a shotgun. And the dodging cadence for this phase is a bit weird. Got a critical.
What's that smell? The sweet blood.
He's on his two-handed setup now.
It's enough to make a man sick.
This is about the time where we want to try and play the music box, if I can get out for a sec. There's a lot of clutter in his arena. It's pretty cool. So playing the music box kind of puts him in a state. It stuns him for a bit. You only get to play the music box to trigger that a limited number of times in the fight. We want to do that. We want to hit him in the back to trigger a critical. That's going to knock us around. You should only care about that maybe one more time. Okay, that howl indicates that he's done caring about the music box. We're going to stun him with a critical, get him here, and then now he's dead. So you only get a limited number of free hits out of the tiny music box, so you want to make sure you save them for a decisive moment in the fight, and you also want to make sure that when you stun him, you're using those charged back hits to land criticals. Pairing that with some handy counters, you can make good work of the boss. We'll light this lamp. Let's see. So the reason why Father Gascoigne cares about the music box is he's that little girl's father. So playing the music box is like reminding him of his home and his family and pulling him back away from his beastliness for a moment. But he's not, curable. We take this little fall and we come over here, and here we get the red jeweled brooch from the young girl's mother. So this all comes together to paint the picture that Gascoigne was kind of going nuts because he's lost his wife. And now the both of them are dead, and that young girl is an orphan. So we had to use the tomb key. That's part of, like, Gascoigne is unavoidable. You need to beat him to get the key to get in here. Let's bring us to this location. There are no mimics in Bloodborne, so we can just open every chest right away. The Blood Gem Workshop tool gives us the opportunity to upgrade weapons in certain ways. And here we have our major, like, safe zone hub area. Turning up to the church.
Sorry. Good. These hunts have everyone all waiting for it to end, but it won't end nicely. Not this screams of women folk. The stench of blood Yarnum's done for, tell ya. But if you spot anyone with their wits about them, tell them about this here. They'll be safe here. Spread the word.
Yep, so there's incense in the chapel that keep the beasts away.
On someone if they see. Oh, and I'll do. I know. If you happen to, if they. Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna light this. Now I believe there are a few ways out of here, a couple of forking paths. That's closed. Somewhere around here there's like a way up to a split off area that I believe we need an item in order to access. I can't remember if we have that item now, if we have to purchase it, or exactly how it works. There is one character we've met already that we need to tell how to get to Oedon Chapel. But first we're going to spend our Blood Echoes on some consumables and a basic kit of, like, a basic hunter outfit. Just like Dark Souls 2, the equipment we start with is kind of at a deficit defensively. We don't care about our defenses too much throughout the game. I forget, I think we might want that. Yes, the Hunter Chief emblem can allow us to get into an area. The Kirk Hammer we don't care about because it's outside of our ability to equip. Neither do we care about the repeating pistol. We're going to buy the Yarnum Hunter set. It's a solid, moderate means of getting us some good defense. We're going to stock up on vials pretty shortly. But before that, we're going to crack open some Cold Blood Dew. All 7 of them. We're also going to crack our higher level Cold Blood Dew. We'll buy the Hunter Chief emblem, and we'll spend the rest of our money on blood vials. We're going to keep coming back and spending more money on blood vials until we're all blood vialed out. So yeah, there is no kind of weight to gear. You will always have the same properties on your dodge. So this is just a direct upgrade on our defenses. And defenses will not, save us for long, but at this stage of the game, they're going to help out a lot. We're still on the lookout for Bloodstone Shards. It's kind of the most valuable thing to us. I'm going to head back out to, let's see, I think the Great Bridge is the closest to this person. Yeah, Hunter badges are similar to Ash, or Umbral Ash from Dark Souls 3. They will give us expanded shops and the ability to buy new stuff. So that is one of the most important drops we can get, are the various Hunter badges. Let's see. I believe that the direction I need to go, I think, is maybe past this guy. Yeah, it is, because we're approaching from the opposite direction. It's past this guy, and then I think it's the opposite side from you, but I'm going to kill you on principle. I believe it's over this way that we need to head. Right, this has Dark Souls 1 jumping rules. Best to remember that now before it betrays me. Just gonna trade shots with that dog, take him out. We cross over to here so we can chat with this lass and tell her about Oedon Chapel. Okay, so now that we've told her about Oedon Chapel, she should relocate. And she is an important NPC. We don't need this to be here. So at this point we can just We just use this to die. I haven't made a decision on whether or not I would allow myself to use various hunter tools. Oh, there is a little caveat to using lamps. We cannot travel directly between lamps. We have to go back to our Hunter's Dream hub anytime we want to use a lamp to transport. Little annoying. I don't recall if Cathedral Ward is correct. I think I might have wanted to go to Odon Chapel instead. I think this one is a little bit further back because I think this is the lantern or lamp right after Gascoigne. Let's see. Okay, no, this is the correct one. So, this is the last we've brought along.
I actually think I owe you some. This old mess that Yarnum's in. Our blood's ruined. Don't you come near.
You know, I think she may not be the correct character. I thought it was a younger woman. I'm probably thinking of something entirely different. Anyways, let's start clearing out more stuff. These guys with the lanterns and the staffs, I think they do... That's right, that's their thing. They have a little bit of poise. Which is pretty noteworthy because most of our enemies so far have had absolutely no poise at all. Still not a big deal. We'll just chop them right up. Usually when you get to a new area, there are a few big packs of blood vials. It's pretty useful to restock after some tricky bosses. Now, this whole chapel area, we've got a few forking paths to deal with here. And a lot of stuff to gather. And it's going to take me a bit to unpack all of that and recall exactly what we need to do. Right. We get the hunter set here, which is why we didn't actually need to buy anything. There's also a sound effect there that just played that I believe is an Amygdala, which are kind of some invisible monsters that we have not really gotten into dealing with yet. Hey there. Take him out. He dealt a bit more damage than I recovered from attacking him. A couple more crows. There are a lot of crows in this game. They are pretty obnoxious. We have not gotten around to the really nasty crows later. We're kind of in nightmares. That's kind of a thing. So Bloodborne, speaking of nightmares, Bloodborne takes place within a very interesting cosmology. There's kind of a time loop going on, and Yharnam is locked in eternal night. Ouch. Yeah, these guys do hit pretty hard. So that'll take me up. So we're kind of traipsing through Yharnam as well as through dreams and nightmares to try and untangle the notion of this eternal night. There is a conflict at play, and this is kind of a Dark Souls theme as well. A conflict between sort of the ego and the id. You've got rational actions and like higher thought actions and aspirations that relate to intelligence and knowing, and that's juxtaposed with some matters that relate purely to instinct and savagery and hunger. And that's in many cases the difference between the light and the dark that's illustrated in Dark Souls, where light is the kind of influence of knowledge and rationality, but along with that, a sort of ambition and a domineering aspect. Light is a tyranny of sorts in Dark Souls. And in Bloodborne, let's see. Right, our best bet against these guys is actually just to hit and fade a little, unless they let us get their back for a bit. This guy has technically got my blood echoes, but not an important amount. The guy who had an important amount was this guy who was up the stairs. Blue Elixir, I think, is a resistance item that is not impactful yet. Maybe later. Mix in a couple transformation attacks for speed. Yeah, there is a device to open for this somewhere. Alright, I'll have to remember how to get through this stuff. Let's see. I know there's a way onto these rooftops, and I think it's after getting through that gate. You go around some stuff. Okay, I think that to progress I have to go around the lower route and go into the church. At least a bit. Should be over this way. And technically past these guys, but I don't think these guys will follow us too actively. Now I think there's something else over there that I'm not sure if I want to bother with yet. But I think this is the direction I really want to progress. Average is still sitting at 2.9. I mean, the average, there are currently 3 viewers, so the average is not improving. Or rather, the average is like maybe getting to par, as long as there are 3 people. Okay, so we'll kill a couple of guys out in front of this chapel to make sure I'm not going to get bothered. I don't think these doors can open, or at least not this one. Kill him. Yeah, we need to go around this side on the left. Yeah, I don't have the face cam set up in a way that will, like, capture me while I'm playing on the console. And this is a PS4 game, so I will have to make some adjustments to try and get that in later. So there, you can notice I'm not, like, necessarily facing towards his back. You can kind of wrap the attack a little bit. There's a little bit of leeway. We're going to come up here to the upper half of this chapel. We want to pull this switch, which will move that sarcophagus out of the way, opening a new direction for us to go. We also need to come back over here. I believe there's an NPC around that we need to chat with. Hello there.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. Oh, beg pardon. Protege of Master Ligarius, hunter of vile bloods. So, what's say, why not cooperate? Oh,
We'll cooperate
take
for
this.
now.
To celebrate,
Fire paper is
beast
quite
hunting
useful.
is a sacred. There must go on. As you know, well, but I and if you. Woven work and the tomb of well, this in this.
I'm not going to go through all of these for the sake of actual reading. I'm just going to kind of cruise through it for a bit. Essentially, the Healing Church are the practitioners of a sort of blood ministration that is supposed to be able to resolve peculiar blood diseases, one of which is theoretically afflicting your character. It's theoretically the reason why you came out here, to try and get that sorted. The truth of blood ministration, I can't recall if it's effective or not. What he's speaking of regarding vile bloods are effectively vampires, or blood drinkers. Tempering blood gemstone, solid. One, two, transform, transform. Bloodstone Shard, useful. One more and we can get our weapon up to +2. Take this quick way up to get another item. Antidotes, very useful. We're going to need a lot of antidotes soon. There are some very meaningful, challenging, poisonous enemies that we're going to have to deal with. Okay. Gonna take a moment to remember if there are any other items around here. Okay, so we can proceed through this door, which reads, "This town is long abandoned, hunters not wanted here." There's a whole bunch of, like, people turned beast in that area, and there is a hunter who is dedicated to protecting them, because after all, they were once men themselves, all of these beasts. And I believe going this direction is an option. We don't actually have to do it. It is a means of progressing, but it's not the only one. And you can actually come at that from a different angle and make nice with that hunter and have a good old time about it. But if you bust open that door, he's not going to take kindly to you. I'm going to poke around to see if I can remember where else I even have the option of going. And if I can't recall, then we're just going to head over there, we're going to tick off Jura, and we're going to run kind of the vanilla route. Casually, you will usually find your way over here first. But your progress through Bloodborne can vary a lot based on whether you're playing the game casually or you're playing the game having done it before. There's a lot of optional content and weird hidden stuff you can get into. Nope. Didn't quite get a critical there, but that's okay. That's right, we can just straight that. That's worth remembering. We don't have to be hammering on dodge all the time to get things done. So this route I don't believe I've been to yet. Those 2 shards are very useful. We've got this lovely large fellow. One thing worth noting about him is I believe he's got a bum leg. So when he does that attack that props him up on one leg, I believe we've got the opportunity to kind of shoot the bad leg out from under him. And he'll have a real bad time. Whoops, wrong button. I was thinking of old Estus. Right, this enemy is one that we benefit a good bit from fighting unlocked, I think, if I remember right. I will remember how to hit you. Is this the one that you... You know what, the quirk for this guy might actually be that if you come at this at the right timing, I think you can close the gate on him, and that might be an insta-kill. Might be another one of this guy who has the bad leg. We'll just take him out. I believe he will always drop 3 blood vials the first time you kill him. We used more than 3 blood vials to kill him, but oh well. I swear there's another one of those later that we can just kind of critical into the floor. So this area, we've got a lot of big dudes and a couple of birds as well. Naturally, we get at the birds, and he's not happy with us for that. We're going to trigger a critical on this guy, and we'll go into invulnerability by starting that visceral. Nope. Another bird kind of nipped at us, and it caused some trouble. I have to use a couple of blood vials. Ouch. Yeah, we're hammering down the blood vials for now. Ah. You're either, like, in practice fighting these guys, or you're way out of it. And if you're out of it, they can do a lot of damage, cost you a lot of consumables. Bloodborne does allow you the leeway to be sloppy, but it definitely punishes you. Got the monocular. Okay, nothing in particular over this way. So not only is the monocular like your classic long-distance viewing item, but also you can actually make use of it. You can actually use it continually and play the game in like a pseudo first-person mode, which is quite challenging. This guy is notably more dangerous than the axe variant. And this is also not the one with the bum leg. Alright. He got us. Yeah, the hitboxes on this Wrecking Ball are really weird. So we gotta head back over to this spot. So I'm kinda gonna want those Blood Echoes back. Oh, this is putting me at Old Yarnum now. Is this a fine... I guess this is a fine spot to teleport to. Got 1 Cold Blood Dew on hand and that's it. That's alright. Actually, this is pretty... This is a really long way to run. So I'm gonna head back to the Hunter's Dream. Let me see how many Blood Echoes this Cold Blood Dew is worth. Oh, and I can also actually apply the Tempering Blood Gem. $500. I don't think that's enough to upgrade. I think I actually need 530 for an upgrade, funnily enough. But we can use Blood Gem Fortification to apply a Tempering Blood Gemstone, which will give us a minuscule amount of additional attack. It's like +3 attack. But we will get better and better Blood Gems as we go. It will help us out. Oh, actually, we can totally upgrade this once. And we can upgrade it again if we had a few more souls. Or, you know, blood echoes, whatever. Same thing. Ah, that's right. We can buy boss gear with that. We could get Gascoigne's whole look going. Down over here. I think I might be able to sell these guys some stuff. That's right. Blue Elixir sells very well. Pungent blood cocktails also sell very well, but we actually really want those. So we're not going to sell them. And with this, we can upgrade our weapon one more time. This should make it easier to walk around the chapel ward. Okay, now we need twin Bloodstone Shards, the next upgrade material, in order to continue our upgrade progress. Now, we only need to ever get this weapon up to +10, and then we're basically done, weapon-wise. So we want the Cathedral Ward. Yeah, I'll need to think about possibly some other overlays or things I can get going, because if I don't have a face cam, there's really not a lot going on the display. I was looking through the capture card, and I found the capture card actually comes pre-packaged with a couple of cool-looking scenes, but I don't know how to get those into Streamlabs. And when I'm using the computer, Streamlabs is much more convenient to just go with. Alright, so we'll be heading this way. Yeah, we can kill these guys a lot faster now. Yep, quick 2 combos. I'll just close that and get myself through, so whatever. That guy, we can do a quick strafe around. Trigger a visceral. Now, unfortunately for us, being soul level 1, the damage you deal with critical attacks is very heavily based on your character level. So we're going to have weak critical attacks pretty much throughout the game. Okay, he is the one who's got our pile of souls. So I have to kind of determine how much I might care about that, and I think the answer is not enough. So heading on down through here. Got a chest. A tempering blood gemstone, which is not very important, and I think we can kind of open a shortcut back into here from another angle. I'm trying to recall if there was maybe an illusory wall around here, but playing offline, might be hard to remember where those are. Okay, so let's see. I feel like there was another way down around here. Little pool. Ah, we can get our blood echoes without killing him. Okay, so let's see. So that door would connect to that bridge. I don't recall if that's the bridge where we fought the Cleric Beast or not. I think it might be. So I think that might be the connection. If is it something you can like connect up with the Cleric Beast kill? Might be a different bridge. Might be a different bridge. So we have, thankfully, there are devices on either side of this. This only exists to like segregate you from that one pretty tough guy. We're gonna head up this way now. And we can take him apart a lot more quickly with the upgraded upgraded weaponry. This will open because we've got the item to open it, the mark that we bought before, the special emblem that cost us 10,000. Okay, and now that we're here, there is a lot to get done. Grab some items. Thick Cold Blood gives us a good bit more resources. Got some Madman's Knowledge. So we've got a couple of the big boys around here. They can be a little difficult to take on. And let me see, what opens this? Okay, it's a device on the far side. Okay. So I believe what we want to do is pop in through here. So we got our first encounter with one of these guys with like kind of the squid face going on. They do not take very much damage unless you happen to be dealing lightning damage. If I recall correctly, they also have a pretty dangerous grappling attack. But we'll take that guy out. We'll get our first twin Bloodstone Shards to get us towards the next upgrade. Some shining coins. I don't recall what they do. I think they might just be to sell. They might be, you might be able to burn them to get items of higher rarity for a bit. Don't exactly recall. Tempering Blood Gemstone. I'm pretty sure there's a spooky dude hanging out, like, up there that we cannot see yet. There are some invisible enemies in this game. Right. And this is the big door that they won't let us through yet. Yeah. So he's going to ask for a password. We can only get the password after killing Vicar Amelia, which is kind of the 1/3 point of the game. And if I'm able to remember all of the side quests and things I need to get done before killing her, I could even possibly kill her this sitting. I just need to be very careful, because I think there are a few interactions that will be locked out after she's killed. So this guy here waving around the torch, he's kind of like marshalling and prompting certain actions from the other characters. And I do need to be careful here because there's a lot of guys. I got torn up. Boxed into a corner and absolutely wrecked. I needed to go for a counter shotgun blast on him. Let's see. So we got one thing open, but we didn't get the full wraparound. So that was not quite the correct direction to be going. Yeah, because I need to open the gate at the top of those stairs to make things quicker. Kill him. Right, that's the chapel. That's the key there. I think I need a special key for that door. Right, so we're heading over this way, and we're going up this way. We don't need to fight the big guy so long as we're hitting this path fast enough. Because he's on a set route once we kind of clock in. I did not check out this area on the left just yet. Got some more thick cold blood hanging out. Very nice. Now that we stagger those guys after a couple of hits, we could just kind of go ham on them and it'll work out. So that's an option. Poison knives. An optional consumable. I think that one of these doors down in this alley is important to knock out.
I'm off during hunt, so if that doesn't do. I'm off during.
Okay, I think that the situation is we may need to come back around here after dealing with Vicar Amelia. Yeah, got most of the folks in the houses, just trying to stay out of this. But that choice is going to kind of fade away. The option of staying out. Ouch. Yeah, that's death. These guys hit pretty hard. Okay, so that's what we're looking at going on the left. Let's see, are we supposed to be going straight? So we don't need to go back into these alleys until after we've gotten rid of Vicar Amelia, and then the Lady of the Night, who's over that way, will think better of remaining at home after that point. And once that has happened, we can have her move to the Chapel Oedon. And we need for that to happen, she's a weirdly important character. Grab this before I move on, but I believe I need to be heading over this way. So this time through, we're going to ignore Squiggle Face and just kind of take this drop. We've got a lot of angry boys in that area. Ouch. Take out the one who's shooting guns. Take out this guy. Ouch. I ran right into that. Yeah. The shotgun does not do a lot to deter these guys. Okay, that's just the this is just the opposite side of that of these lanes. So I'm not getting anything by coming down here. I thought there was a ladder in that little offshoot building. Let's head back over there. That's right. I need to get into there behind these guys. Pick up some Quicksilver bullets. Get some thick cold blood. Nice. Thick cold blood. This guy here with the torch and the sword is actually a lot more manageable. Because the torch doesn't hit nearly as hard as, like, his friend. That was a traded shot instead of a clean one. There we go. Okay, and there's him. Blood vials. Precious blood vials. Cool. This is what we're looking for. Ignoring Mr. Squidface. Yeah, we've got a lot of space between the bosses for this. Of course, I think the Dark Souls runs you were tuning into, I may have been a bit later into the runs. And when I get late into a run, I'm going to kind of be chaining boss after boss after boss. But I think Bloodborne in general just has a bit more breathing room between each individual boss. Grab this. Head along this here rooftop. I believe this would put us behind one of these all-important gates. Try not to get killed by this dog. Did not remember he was going to be there. Okay, there should be the device. Okay, so now we've got the shortcut to get back to this spot. Also, the two bosses I've fought so far, I just killed the first time I ran into them, so that can do a bit to diminish the seeming of what I have to do. Okay, that's right. This guy's going to shoot me lots, unless I lure him down the way. Let's see. I also kind of know that I'm missing something around one of these pathways. Because there's a way to open another route that I think I'm forgetting. Okay, so that is the other staircase coming from that other angle. So the way to open that is through these. Right, and that will require that I get kind of up along somewhere over here. That's right. This is the route. Yeah, the beginning of the other Dark Souls runs are also a lot like this. We're not going to be summoning anybody. That's not what we do. This is right here. This opens another shortcut. And we're going to check out this direction. More thick cold blood. Useful. Very handy. Bunch more blood vials. Thank you. Ah! Ouch. This is a pretty bad slip and fall. I think I need to just give all that a bit of distance. Call that a mulligan. Right, I'm supposed to go up this ladder. Got Numbing Mist. If we had that placed there in Dark Souls 2, absolutely something would be jumping out to kill us. That would happen most of the time in Dark Souls 3. It's not that much nicer, it's just a little nicer. In terms of like how polite the game is. Okay, and I believe... there's a thing. Got a lot of items to get. Messenger items are just cosmetics. They just like get worn by little shopkeepers. That's it. So there's not a lot of reason to fuss over them. Okay, I think that's it for that little offshoot. So we'll be heading back up here. And I think I'm going up the ladder again, but this time I'm going on the left. If I remember. Because I want to... I'm supposed to drop down somewhere to get on that platform and get an item from that guy. I am misremembering how to get that item. It's from something else. There is a man on this ladder, and he means me harm. Yeah, they stagger on the third hit now, so I can just do a full attack string. Your attacks really don't take very much stamina, which is pretty nice. Now that is because I'm just spamming light attack. We have more damaging attacks that use stamina. Let's give him a nice tidy critical. He'll kind of fall off the ledge in the meantime, but that doesn't really bother me. This guy is going to kind of awkwardly stance off with us. I think I just want to run past him. I'm trying to remember if there's any more shortcuts over here to open. These guys are actually pretty nasty, from what I recall. I think their attack pattern is just kind of like persistent and obnoxious. Run over here, grab this item. A bloodshot eyeball. Get some hunter's marks. I believe this is the way to the village, right? Oh right, there's the swamp first. I forgot about that part. Did I walk past a lantern? I feel like there should be one here. I really thought there was a lantern at the beginning of this area, but it might be just based off of the Vicar Amelia lantern that you're intended to use. From what I recall, I want to advance through this next area before fighting Vicar Amelia, because if I advance time by killing Vicar Amelia, additional enemies will be in this area. Ouch. That's right. Yeah, the hit from these guys gives you a bit of a status debuff. I think there's another thing they can do that gives you a status debuff as well. But also it's just a bit of a raunchy pattern. Was there something on the right over here? Possibly. There's a little something over here, but it's not as big a deal. Actually, I think this might be the location where you have the option of being snatched up by an amygdala and transported into a nightmare. But we have not fulfilled the prerequisites for that. There's also this, like, hunter person here with a shield like a chump. That electric weapon they're wielding is called a Tontritis. It is acquirable by the player. It's a really fun weapon. Nope, they totally got us. He does a lot of damage. Okay, I've opened several shortcuts, so I can just kind of run back through the main chapel area to get here. That's also something to check on. I've got only 2 twin Bloodstone Shards. I need at least 3 to get my next upgrade. And I believe I don't have this open yet. No, that requires a special item. I don't remember where to get it. I will find it later. Yeah, so we're just going to turn right here immediately. And we're going to run past a lot of stuff. Got the guy with the Reaper Scythe. This guy actually starts up the top of the stairs, so our runbacks are not, like, fully peaceful. We want to heal before we get past this guy, because sometimes he might just choose to do a thrust. No, that's right, that's right. He's got an alert animation every time you come up to him. It's not that big a deal. Alright, and then heading back over this way. So I can't remember if fighting and killing this NPC is important or if it gives us anything. I'm kind of just trying to do it to remember the flow of PvP in the game. That's gonna whiff. What? That's right, there's a second guy. Yeah, the Tontritis is much deadlier than the shotgun shells right now. Okay, that triggered a stun, but they didn't stay stunned long enough for us to actually capitalize. Okay, the guy with the shotgun is going to be incredibly rude and just lock us in that corner. We actually got locked by him and that little lamp on the floor. That's right. So to fight past these guys, I actually have to bait one of them forward and fight the Tontritis wielder without moving past them at all. Because if I go like a little more than halfway through this arena, this other guy is going to activate. I cannot beat them both at once on BL4. Mostly because that guy with the shotgun is going to be super rude about it the entire time. Now, let me see. I think I can access the item box from here. I have to go back to the Hunter's Dream to access the item box. Oh boy. Because I'm pretty sure I have more, what's it called? I'm pretty sure I have more blood vials than this. But I'm not able to access them. Because they're, like, in storage. And I can't manipulate storage without going back to the Hunter's Dream. This is an excellent game with just a couple quality of life issues. I will absolutely stand by that. You do not have to defend a game for being, like, weirdly clunky in cases like this, where it's absolutely unnecessary for it to be as clunky as it is. So we're going to want to try and beat this pair of hunters using very, very minimal Estus. I don't believe these enemies respawn. I might be wrong about that. But I think we only need to get past them once. Oh, that's right. I forget you can go on top of this chapel. And I think there might be a couple useful things up here. Yeah, we're trying to get over there. Now, I did die far enough over here that my blood echoes are not really going to be recoverable. So that's like 4,000 blood echoes gone. Doesn't really matter. In the scope of the game, we're going to get way more. Is not a high poise target, this person. And some of their attacks are pretty obvious. Now, we only get like 100 damage out of getting a critical, which is not a lot. But yeah, it's a chump with a shield. Just, you know, just disrespect them. You can get a lot of work done by ending combos with a shotgun blast, because a lot of enemies will be trying to perform an attack on you as soon as your combo ends. So there's the other guy standing there, like a little hard to see. Yeah, he's got shotgun and spear combo. He's gonna be real rude. Okay, in a circumstance like this, grab your blood echoes before you die. That way I've got 8,000 blood echoes to recover instead of losing those. Oh, that's right. Shining coins are your prism stones. That's right, that's right. Kirkhammer's a fun weapon. There's a lot of pretty fun weapons to use in the game. I mean, I should hope so. Yeah, the trick weapons concept that is used by all the hunters is pretty interesting. Almost every weapon in the game either has some kind of a noteworthy special feature or is two weapons in one. The Tontritis is one of those weapons that just has a special feature. Instead of transforming, it can electrify as like a little special. I believe that electrifying it uses up some of your bullets. Naturally, with the saw axe thingamajig we've got here, the saw blade, we've got a one-handed form that has very fast attacks, and then we've got a two-handed form that has slower attacks but a lot more reach. Pretty handy. There are no true two-handed weapons in the game. It's just kind of you have transformed and untransformed. If the weapon requires the character to use two hands, they'll just put two hands on it when they're doing one thing or another in terms of the animations. Yeah, these are one-time spawn characters, so just grab those super quick. His shotgun blast there, because it was point blank, basically killed us. Lost like 90% of our health in that first attack. Yeah, shotgun-wielding NPC characters are just really nasty. And they're going to be for a while, till we can kind of remember some of the cadence of the game. And possibly until we can get some upgraded weapons. Speaking of upgraded weapons, yeah, we've still only got the 2 Twin Bloodstone Shards. It's not a lot to work with. I think I may need to kill some other random goons in effort. I'm attacking his falling corpse to get a bit more health back. Because I'm getting clowned on by the game right now. Getting clowned on hard. I'm going to run over and grab my 8,000 Blood Echoes and then promptly probably die. In the meantime, like, Shotgun Guy will not really allow me to explore this area while he lives. He's got a very obnoxious, effective range on that shotgun. Now, if I were leveling up my character, the damage an NPC does to me with a shotgun would fall off pretty hard. Because every pellet is being individually calculated. Which is why he does so much damage when I'm really close. I dodged a little too early. I just got hit. Problem is, I really need these Blood Echoes so that I can stockpile more Blood Vials. So what we're going to do here is just collect our swag and try to teleport out. I don't remember if the teleport affords us invulnerability, so we may not be able to get away with these souls. So we've got bold hunter's marks, which are effectively homeward bones, just like hunter-themed homeward bones. Yeah, we can still one combo these nerds. There are not as many options for us to affect item discovery in the game. I think we might get more item discovery with insight. I don't remember if there's actually a way of influencing it. I think insight gives us a little bit as we go. Now, insight for us is generally going to be a continuing tracker. We don't have that many things we need to spend it on, as opposed to like humanity in Dark Souls 1. The first 10 points of humanity you accrue increase your item discovery. But if you die, you lose it all. Insight is not lost on death. In many ways, it's more of a progress tracker. And we can just kind of freely use these Madman Skulls, because we won't lose the insight either way. Okay, we died far enough back that we don't need to aggro this guy. So we're just gonna head back. Okay, we're gonna go back to the Hunter's Dream and do some shopping. Yeah, the limits on our healing items will be meaningful for a while. I don't think I'm able to get any more upgrades right now. No. I need one more Twin Bloodstone Shard at least. But I have an extra slot for a Blood Gem. So I can get another Tempering Blood Gemstone. And this is a... I can only get one right now. Ah, that's right. It is Imprint 1 and Imprint 2. Just a little bit more damage. We will get much better Blood Gems later in the game. But for now, it's going to be like, 5% differences. Yeah, we're just going to buy however many of these we can, and that's fine. Yeah, we didn't actually have any of those in storage. So now we're stockpiling at least a couple. Alright, I'm going to go back to fighting Shotgun Nutter. Or I could actually take that left route and get into the village. There is a boss at like the far end of the village. I believe there are basically 3 bosses we can target right now. We can target the Old Village Witch, we can go after the Blood-Starved Beast, or there's Vicar Amelia. Now, I need to remember very carefully the ways in which killing Vicar Amelia progressed the game. I might need to look that up before I commit to taking that action, because I really need to make sure I'm not cutting myself off. The earliest boss that I can cut myself off from is the Amygdala. I think it's the Lesser Amygdala, I don't remember. It's in like the dream. There's a special item I need to find in order to be able to fight them, I think. Or it's that I need to go into a special location, the Hypogean Gowl, to access that boss. I don't remember which. It's either that I need the Tonsil Stone, or that I need... yeah, I don't remember if it's based on the Tonsil Stone, or if it's based on... Come at me for real, you punk. Yeah, he put me into a critical state there. It's just kind of normal for this. Yep, he criticaled me again. There we go. That rips off half my health in no time flat. There's just a little bit of a telegraph on him, like, raising the shotgun. I have to be constantly looking at his hands. Damn it! I buffered in, like, 1 extra attack. So I've used 8 blood vials for nothing. I'm gonna head to the village so I can get more stuff stockpiled before I have to deal with this. We'll get the village cleared out, and then we'll loop back around, take out the Vicar, I think, after that. I think it's after Viker is dead that we will see the Snatcher enemy type show up as well, which is those guys have to turn up in order for us to get to a special area. Basically, there is a secret location that is accessible if you allow yourself to be abducted. And so we're going to let that happen at some point. And it's a pretty challenging area with a really nasty boss. Yeah, Viker Amelia is just up through that doorway. So if we wanted to fight her, we just kind of need to kill those couple of guys, and we can, you know, make good on that fight. But just not quite ready to do that yet. What I recall in terms of the flow of the game is we will need to take out Viker Amelia, and then after she's been taken out, we have to go back into the alleys and help out a character. So there's all sorts of guys here with guns. So we get some extra Quicksilver bullets. Bone Marrow Ash, Thick Cold Blood, Thick Cold Blood. Bone Marrow Ash, if I recall, strengthens our gunshots. So if you're using gunplay, it's a very important tool to have a lot of stocked up. It's like a temporary boost to your... it's either a temporary boost or it's like a boost to your next gunshot attack. We don't care about it very much for this run. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to build a run that's like gun focused, or at least small guns focused. There is a cannon in the game. And it's very easy to make a build that is cannon focused because it's a cannon, and it does what a cannon do. It's pretty hilarious. It requires you to have a really high strength to wield. But, like, I mean, you can get the strength, who cares? It's not a real limitation if you're leveling up. And so these are like hounds with blades on their faces. You may note that the shotgun, like, did very little damage, but did straight up knock over one of the dogs, so that's pretty handy. Sometimes you just need the hit stun to, like, help you thread in some more attacks. Hemowic Charnel Lane. The village. Let's get lit. We'll get some lovely noises from all the ladies down below. And we head down into the lane. Tempering Blood Gemstone, that's handy. Get a Bloodshot Eyeball. Nice, needed those. That ladder doesn't work. It's like a tease ladder, it's not real. Weirdly eager, aren't you? This is an elevator that can become a shortcut to an area later in the village. And we head back over this way. Sorry if I jostle my camera around a lot. If you happen to get motion sick, I apologize. Get some thick cold blood. I believe we'll get a couple of dogs up in this place if I stick around too much. But we can just head up through here. dispatch these ladies. Yeah, there's like a woman with a branding iron and a hound who come down to that area if you dilly-dally. And you can wind up having to fight them while the other gal is throwing Molotovs at you. Unpleasant. Speaking of Molotovs being thrown, got a guy up the way who seems dead set on doing that very thing. I got killed. I couldn't make out his animations too clearly, and I did not get the critical timing correct, which is a bummer. You should do that right if you want to live. If you're keen on living. All right, we're going to try and blitz past a bit more of this now. We're going to wind up with some people following us. So the bloodshot eyeballs that I'm finding are part of a really cool system that we're not going to engage with very much at all. So there are these chalice dungeons and chalice areas that are a pretty neat addition. There's like a procedurally generated roguelike dungeon option in Bloodborne, and you can co-op through them, which is pretty cool. But we're not going to do any of them that are actually procedurally generated. We'll do some later that are set in stone. And we need to use some materials to access those, but not a ton. Part of what's cool about the system, and the reason why we're finding like items related to the system, is that you can influence some things about how the dungeon is generated by spending items. And most importantly, or notably, this includes changing things about what items are going to drop, or like the rarity of things. So you can use that to farm some like high level gear, so to speak. What you actually farm, though, is not like gear itself. You don't get like a big fancy sword. You get blood gems, which you can socket freely into gear. Thing is, blood gems don't have any kind of ouch. There's no like level or stat requirement on blood gems, so if we had access to some very powerful blood gems, we could be just really powerful in this run. And because of that, in order to keep things like fair and in the spirit of challenge, ouch, almost got killed by random crows. In order to keep things in the spirit of challenge, we're not going to be going after any randomly generated dungeons. Okay, this is opening up the shortcut. It was related to the elevator in the other area. Now that we've taken the elevator once, that is now open. While it's possible that we could like go in and earn some cool blood gems, I mean, it's entirely possible to just farm really powerful blood gems, like when you're near the end game. And that can severely reduce the end game challenge. So we won't be doing that. But that also means a lot of these extra items and things turn out quite meaningless. We're very close to dying. Let's get a bit of distance. Spend more blood vials than we really want to be spending. Okay. Interesting little blood stain on the ground there. Okay, so I would love to fight this guy, but I'm very concerned about being overwhelmed by a bunch of junk like this, and I was immediately concerned about having stuff thrown at me by the guy who's up on top of this barn. I didn't remember how nasty the barn was. Oops. Yeah, blood gems can add directly attack power, but they can also do pretty interesting things. They can fill the role of infusions by changing the scaling properties of your weapon. They can add status effects like poison, the same way infusions would. They can make your weapon scale with, like, intelligence sometimes, things like that. We did open a shortcut, so we just need to run back over here and pull up this elevator, and we will be right back where we were. There is a good bit of Hemowic Charnel Lane to get through. I am getting played by that basic push attack that she does. I'm trying to remember where that guy is that's throwing the bombs at me. Top off. It's very unwise, but I'm going to do it. Oh, there she is. Yeah, a charge attack, even on the face, will give you a little bit of stagger on this guy, which is handy. We'll get some pretty useless shining coins. The Hound charge out at us here. There's a random woman who was actually just standing there waiting for us to screw up. And we'll just chop through things to get back a bit of health. Yeah, you can get blood gems that improve your health regeneration rate, some things like that. Oh, that's right. I think I need to equip... Yeah, here we go. Now we have the option of switching off to the torch. I can also like poke people with a torch. It's just not that effective, but I want to have it there. Oh, right. That's one of those things that's the equivalent of crystal lizards. I forgot what was going on for a bit there. Tempering Blood Gemstone. Got a little bit of a plunging attack in there. Then some weird stuff happened. Okay. Don't need to have that out while we're running around out here. Make sure I'm not missing things as I go around this way. This angle is pretty beneficial to fighting this kind of guy. He's still got like some quick attacks that he can throw. There's a bit of a shakeup with this extra lass. And he just clocked me in the face with a brick. He got his way on up that ledge. Yep, I did not think that was going to happen. Oops. Oh, that's a bit of a jog. Yeah, that's a bit of a jog. There's another little route that I wanted to check on, so I'm going to take a moment on that. That was a way too early dodge. I got half my health back with that series of attacks. Transform attack did not quite come out there. leave here. I just want to go straight forward. Not get tied up on that guy too fast. Come around to here. Okay, that was the door I was thinking of. I don't know if that's actually openable from this side. I think I might see a little switch thing. There we go. Much better. Nope, I was seeing a little bit of brickwork. So that's got to open from the other side, and then we'll be able to start taking this route. As long as she doesn't get that like little shove on us, she's a lot easier to deal with. And that killed us. I'm like just a smidgen of damage short of taking him out. I should have gone for a charge attack, light attack, shotgun instead. I talk a lot as I'm playing Dark Souls about it being very strategic. I was talking about strategy versus reflex as you approach various boss fights. And Bloodborne is interesting because it appears outwardly very reflexive, but it's actually really strategic. You can apply a lot of knowledge to how you're fighting in Bloodborne and achieve way better results. The tools that you have work out in a way that a lot of enemies in the game can be stagger locked to death if you understand their stagger properties. Which is like maybe a little cheeky of saying like, ah, it's a knowledge game instead of a reflex game. But I mean, that's a thing. There are a lot of bosses that you can create a stagger lock route for. We traded, but I got all my health back. Because I remembered that you can get up faster if you roll. Like, a lot faster. But yeah, there are bosses you can stun lock to death. A lot of these large enemies you can fight in a very knowledge-oriented way. Huge emphasis on the use of consumables to like help you get through this stuff. Which makes it important to know enemy weaknesses. There you are. These little things are what's it called? These little like mangled skull pile horrific looking things are the Bloodborne equivalent of crystal lizards. Makes you really miss crystal lizards to look at. Oh, one other thing worth mentioning, which I brought up a while ago, but I feel it bears mentioning again, given like how we're clipping through so much of this. Your stamina meter is like a suggestion in Bloodborne. Take a couple extra shots than what's necessary. Oh, I forgot about that attack pattern. That's a very rude dog. We'll knock it over with a shotgun blast. We'll knock it over with another shotgun blast. We've got lots of ammunition. It's fine. There's a lot of cases where you can just, like, spend a resource to, like, play it safer, fight a little smarter, and not have to work as hard. There's also some plays you can make if you're exceptionally classy about how you are managing these things. You can create bullets from your blood using, I think it's a certain button that I have completely forgotten at this point. But when you do that, it spends your health because you're using your blood to do that. But since, like, making attacks can recover your health, if you create bullets and then make a bunch of attacks, you can get the health back from what you used to create bullets. If it's a visceral attack and you do that all at the right timing, you can just create bullets and with that visceral attack to like use immediately. Alright, you can create bullets, then visceral attack and immediately get them back if you know that you've got a visceral attack incoming. Oh, so this thing, the first thing we found is a rune, our first rune. You don't get rings in Bloodborne, so runes are the closest thing we're going to get to rings. There's a lot of little variants to them. They're another thing that's just going to make us incrementally stronger over time. Let's see, so we've got a couple of these dudes stalking around that we might have to deal with, but before we worry about them, we want to get this gate open, which is the gate from earlier. Grab some thick cold blood over here. This is the way we came in. Right. So I think I might be able to skirt past these guys, but I don't recall. I loosely remember them being pretty obnoxious to actually fight. There's another one back over here. I think he's guarding an item that I might want. Yeah, had to crack open his guard a bit there. He's touch and go. Got a chest. Once again, there are no mimics. Okay, that's probably not very important. Oh well. We've got women shrieking at us. They blame kind of the blood curses and people turning into beasts on the presence of hunters. Kind of like a weird chicken and the egg scenario, like which came first? Hey there, little guy. More twin Bloodstone Shards, pretty handy. Okay, and through here we have the boss of the zone. I don't remember everything about how she works. Except that this is not actually her. That is a summon. She's hanging out over here. Right. And we've got a bit of a window when she teleports to see where she's hanging out. And I apparently missed her. Did she fall? Can she fall? Okay, I don't know what happened to her. I know that I saw her lantern. So we're going to be chasing her around this arena for a bit, at least. Hold on, I know you teleported up here. What did you do? Yeah, that thing we don't actually have to kill. There she is. This damage pattern we're doing is not, like, strictly the most effective, I think. Oh, there she is. Ow. I actually got killed because, like, she made me trip and then hit me with a spell. Ouch. Alright, let's try and not let that happen again. I think that the better way to kill her is actually probably light, charged heavy, critical, charged heavy. So we'll try that. Also, like, don't get clowned on is a good idea. We're going to remove these because we don't need to use them very often. I could put fire paper on. I think I might do one attempt at her with fire paper. Oh, please, come on. I do not remember how some of these things work or what these people can do. I'm like, oh, that sequence will end in a moment and I can attack, right? No, she can just keep doing that. You gotta dodge out. Note to self, you get hit by a torch, you gotta dodge out. So that's 16,000 blood echoes that were sitting on my corpse that are now inaccessible. So we, like, don't even worry about it. We're just moving on. So one of my transform attacks did not, like, come out correctly there. There's supposed to be a sweeping transform to hit both of those women, and because that did not happen, I took some bruises right on the noggin. Yeah, now that we've gotten through the shortcuts and all this other stuff, the run to our target is fairly direct. We've got a couple angry ladies. We're gonna make this a little troublesome. Okay, so when we first step in, gotta find her. I'm not gonna use the fire paper immediately. I want to use it when she's under 50%. So one of the tricks of the Witch of Hemowic is you'll only see her when you're close to her, of course. But her attacks are actually pretty dangerous, and you do need to respect them. There she is. Yeah, it should be at the very least light charge critical. Oh, she nearly killed that guy. I'll finish him off. She will summon a new one. That's one of the ways of reliably finding her. Okay, I was not positioned behind her, so I didn't quite get a good look. I didn't quite get a lot of damage. Yeah, if she actually knifes you or hits you with a spell, it's pretty dang dangerous. Yeah. So there's her getting off the summon again. And once again, we weren't able to position quite behind her. Ah, there she is. She's between those barrels. Nah, didn't quite get that. She's going to do something fancy here that I don't quite remember. Or she'll just kind of get shoved. I thought she had a trick. That's it. She can summon more goons at once, and she's got fake versions of herself. This is the real one. Or at least I thought it would be because it was casting. No? Is there a second one of her? What the... Oh, that's right. She can lock you down and has a grapple. I think I'm dead? I am dead. That's right, that's right, that's right. Okay, that's how it works. Now I remember. Haha. Yeah. The first witch is a pushover, and once you get into the second witch, there are summons all over the place, and she can do this lockdown to grapple combo thingamajig, which she happened to do when I was right in her face. Ordinarily, like, dodging her lockdown is not that big a deal, from what I remember. I think it's like a slow homing projectile that isn't like super homing. I think it's just one of those slow, like, make sure you're paying attention type of things. I just very unfortunately happened to run into her at the same time she was using the attack. The big insta-lethal attack. I think I'm not going to use fire paper on this, though. I have a very limited supply of it, and I really need to make sure I have a good stock of fire paper when I fight the Bloodstar Beast later. The Bloodstar Beast is a pretty seriously challenging boss. That we probably want to take out. Well, we can take out the Bloodstar Beast after Vicar Amelia if we want to get along with Jura the Hunter. But it's 6 of 1. We don't really need to wait for that. I think that her insta-kill attack actually requires that there are a certain amount of minions up as, like, a prerequisite. So that if you're killing the minions, she might not be able to do it. I don't remember if that's true or if that's just my own superstition. There you are. 1-2 critical. Lots of damage in. I saw a little tinge of red over here. I was a little off. Okay, she's up on the platform. I accidentally triggered a jumping attack. Go figure. Let's see. Didn't catch her. There she is. Okay, she's teleported again. I saw her over there. She did summon another goon. That's her, like, long red pulse thing she did. This is the second Witch of Hemowic. So we've got some damage starting on her. That's still the second one that we happen to run into twice. There's the original dead now. So now we'll be in the full-blown second phase. She's over here, I believe. No? Okay. I need to watch for her to throw that, like, mega deadly attack. There it is. Yeah, she's up on here. Okay, that's a bit of a weird positioning thing. Yeah, she is going to decide to teleport. I didn't see where she wound up. Okay, that's her grapple. Whew. Yeah, it's not that hard to avoid. Just like, you know, Don't be a goober. The original is still alive and is over there, or the original healed. I'm not sure how that works. Are there 3? Maybe there are 3. That's typical for witches. Yeah, they're not super accurate with that. Okay, there's another one down, and I saw the other one over there. Yeah, generally speaking, if you don't get point blanked by it, you're gonna be okay. He did not knock me out of the stun. I'm dead. This entire fight is about not getting hit by that stun randomly. And I was down to the last half a health bar on the last witch. Ugh. Yeah, it's tricky. Just a little tricky. Well, this is the first boss that we've taken some deaths on, so that's something bound to happen. It wouldn't be a real low-level run if we weren't taking some deaths. That'd be preposterous. Somebody's done that before. It has been done. No death SL1 is like loosely a category. It's a thing a couple people have done. It definitely depends on which Soulsborne game you're talking about. I think that for certain games, there's only like one person who's done a deathless SL1. We'll just snatch these up. Yeah, I think all 3 witches might technically be active on the battlefield from the start. I don't know if some of them show up later or not. Too late for that. There she is. I kind of want to just tick her off and see if she'll use an AoE on this guy. Looks like a no. Those guys are actually pretty vicious when they get going. We're kind of making an effort to not tick them off. Didn't see where she wound up. You can spend the majority of the fight, like the vast majority, just avoiding these guys. Got the critical. Is definitely not in the mood to actually give me 2 viscerals. Kills the first one. Got a visceral loop for a bit there. I don't think I can keep that up through this pressure, though. I did not see where she spawned in. Looks like she's under there. Or at least one of them was. The other one was over there. And now I'm dead. For a higher level character, that is a survival attack. It's not always an instant kill. Also, I had their health very, very low. That's like the most tenuous part of the fight when you're when you have like when you've got two of them up, one of them at low health. Now this isn't a fight where I really need healing, so I'm trying to avoid running back to get more blood vials, so I don't have to waste time. That is maybe my least favorite thing about Bloodborne, no Estus. That being said, you can use blood vials super fast. They take like no time at all. Tangled. But if I had to choose between like instant use and continual availability, I'll take continual availability. Let's see. Yeah, because this is not even a great amount of blood echoes for getting more vials. I might have to like have a dedicated farm session at some point along this run, just to have a really big vial backlog. Yeah. I wasn't lined up initially, so that was a little tricky. She's up here. Yeah, her falling off there basically gives me a reset. I didn't see where she wound up based on where I was looking. She's probably somewhere around here. There we go. I didn't see her. She did kill the other spawn though, which is cool. There she is. There we go. That'll finish off the first witch. There's a bit like of kind of buggy looking behavior there when she like appeared to use her burst attack but it wasn't real. There she is. Ouch. Thankfully that is not immediately lethal, like that would have been. Gave me a leap. I think she's right here. Oh, I slowed down just a hair. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna need more healing items for one. I slowed down so that I'd be ready to input a dodge, and it was at just the wrong time. If I had kept running, I don't think it would have hit me. I am not faring well against this boss. I've gotten killed the same way like 4 times. Alright, let's farm up some of these random gals. I think my most effective farm area right now is probably the giants over at the earlier area. And I've got 10 Twin Bloodstone Shards. I think that might be enough for 2 upgrades. So I'm just going to clear out the immediate area. And then we'll go back, get a couple weapon upgrades. And then we can also get more vials for healing. Oh, that she actually threw that short. Okay. Well, let's just kill that circle of gals again. So my what's it called? I tried to buffer out a transformation attack, and it didn't happen, so I just did a standing transform, and it set up my weapon in the wrong way. It's because my running charge attack whiffed. It was short. Yeah, the transformation attack hits pretty hard. It's a really good habit to get into, of just throwing it out as part of your string. I think also the charge sweep might be a bit more useful in terms of starting up. Wow, I tried to go for a shotgun blast. It didn't knock down the dog, and it did, like, you know, kind of the amount of stagger I expect, which was almost none. So that's a bit of a screw up. Back on the horse. Just want to get like one good clear on this, and then I'll turn those blood echoes into vials and upgrades. Then we'll be sitting pretty. Be killing this boss faster than ever before. There we go. That's a much cleaner kill for that set. Yeah. Snagged a little. Ah. Okay, that's a fine amount of souls to spend. So let's head back to town real quick. Oh right, this is exactly what happened to me before. I'm like, I've got a fine amount of souls, let's head back. And then I ran right into these guys. Yeah, dogs are a lot less intimidating when you realize that the shotgun can just knock them over, which is one of the better uses of the shotgun. You are technically sort of ammo limited on your criticals. It's not that big a deal. Blue Elixir is kind of interesting. It's mostly like a PvP type of thing. Like, you use it to go invisible for a bit, and you catch somebody by surprise. Haha, japes. But it only works while standing still, so it's good for ambushing, you know, people who are running around. It's not good on NPCs most of the time. Okay, so we'll need another 6 Twin Bloodstone Shards to get the next upgrade level, which will put us at the +5. That's pretty good. We can also start on the Blunderbuss, technically. And I think we might have some better blood gems by now. We really don't. That's right. Your blood gems are locked by their shape. And we don't have triangle sockets on this weapon. So we've been finding a lot of triangles. We can't really use them. Oh well. We also don't yet have the tool to apply the lake rune we found, which is fine. We haven't really unlocked anything cool to purchase with insight, so that's no big deal. And down over here, is there anything we can purchase that is meaningful apart from blood vials? No, we're just purchasing blood vials. Okay, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a jiffy. Okay, and we're back. Back to Hemowic. So I may or may not be online for this for a while tomorrow, depending on travel plans, groceries. Groceries I'll probably knock out during the day. Okay, we're going to go back to running past stuff, and we're just going to go take on the boss. For this set of enemies, you kind of want like a juking pattern, but sometimes that sometimes that Molotov will just come in and mess you up. Like I usually want to run that in like a right left right like a left right left or whatever. Something to that effect. Was she behind me, or was that like another goon swinging? Oh, there she is. So we should be doing a bit more damage. I don't think the damage is going to be the difference in things. There she is. There is a bit of a delay on her reappearing. She is covered with a whole bunch of like, I don't know if those are like eyeballs, some nasty barnacles, or what. No, come on, get off. Heal up real quick. And I did not catch a glimpse of where a witchy lady was going. Here we go. That's our first phase down. She is on the far side. It's kind of the usual. She hit me on my way into the attack, but she was in the middle of something, so I got out without her starting the grapple. Okay, so that's the dead one. I think she probably hasn't moved from that opposite platform, right? Yeah, doesn't seem so. I caught it on the way in again, but she was in the middle of something again, so... Yeah, her follow-up is not guaranteed. Not 100%. It's close to guaranteed. Okay. Okay, there's the other one. Nope, that was the same one who just teleported. The other one is here. There she is. And that is the Witch of Hemowic. All of these other goons, I think, should die. Yes, there we go. So, I'm not proud of that fight. I got pretty lucky. And for beating her, we get the Rune Workshop tool. This allows us to apply runes, memory manipulation, junk, and we can use runes to get some permanent buffs. So yeah, you need to get an item before you can equip rings, basically. But now we can. So there we go. So at this point, I think I probably just want to go after Vicar Amelia. So I'm just going to check real quick on... Yeah, so now we can memorize runes. This gives us 3% physical damage reduction. We've got 3 slots in which runes can be applied, and there is an oath memory, which is how you use covenants in this game. I forget, do you have more to say at this point?
This was a workshop. This was a...
Even the doll should it please you, you creepy punk. Creepy, creepy guy. Ah yes, we can buy Bloodshot Eyeballs now, which are for Chalice rituals, doesn't matter much. We can buy those because we have beaten the eyeball-covered witch lady. Yeah, we're just buying as many blood vials as we can. Basically, like, one more boss, maybe 2, and we should be kind of set for blood vials. I'm going to check real quick online to make sure I'm not missing any to-do list items before fighting Vicar Amelia. Let's see. Born. Okay, so the only other... So I can go after Amelia now, or I can go after the Bloodstarved Beast now. I'm going to go after the Bloodstarved Beast. Let's go ahead and tick off Jura. So there's kind of a lot of stuff to do around there. And the Bloodstarved Beast is a rockin' fight. It's legitimately tough. It's a very Bloodborne fight, I would say. It has a lot to do with using consumables well, just like playing through the game pretty well. Also, there's a lot of upgrade items we'll be able to get in Old Yarnum, even if it's going to tick off a dude with a chain gun. Yeah, I believe Jura is up on top of that particular rooftop, like just above my hat. He's that little bit of extra character going on there. It's possible to approach him from behind without ever ticking him off, but you have to route the game in a pretty particular way to make that happen. Let's see, fall down here. I can't remember if that effect is poison or something else. We get the Hunter's Torch, which I believe is better somehow than the regular torch. Yep, it does like double the fire attack damage. And that's actually relevant. That's actually pretty important. There's several enemies around this area that react differently to fire. So we want to hold on to a fire damage source. Right, that shortcut opens from a different angle. I think I just fell down here so that I can climb back up, coming from this side. Yeah, I could have come around and done some of this stuff earlier to get some extra shards. But we're pretty much done with the small shards now. We only need the twin shards for a while. A little bit of cold blood is always nice. I could take another fall just to grab that, but I'm going to be coming back this way either way later. So Jura is going to decide he doesn't like us as soon as we cross this bridge, basically. I guess it was further in than the bridge that he decides to not get along with us. I am making it a personal challenge to see how long I can go without killing some of these guys. Because, I mean, Jura's pretty right. They're not hurting anybody just being beastly down here in Old Yarnum. For some reason, they have the zombie logic of not hurting one another. We want to get in here so that we are not getting shot up. We are missing some of Jura's dialogue because I'm running around grabbing items. He is going to start shooting us pretty soon. There we go. Yeah, crows, on the other hand, are spiteful little terrors that deserve to be killed. so long as you stare at these guys with the torch up, they don't like to approach you. They're like Boos out of Mario. They will approach you if you turn your back. But it's not their preference. They don't like fire. I have to remember in a lot of ways, like, which locations constitute cover from Jura. If you go up that ladder, you can fight him. It is not a great idea right now to do that. We usually want to come in through here, take this fall. They're going to, like, shout to each other and kind of rally. Blood do. We want to drop down here because we largely just don't want to fight this entire cathedral worth of guys. We will grab the ritual blood because we're going to need that later. I'm not sure if this is the correct direction or if the other direction was correct. So we're going to try this first. Get another crop of blood vials. The spoils for skipping over a lot of stuff. And a lot of guys who we could theoretically fight if we didn't know where to go. We open this up. This allows us to skip the little chapel sequence from just a moment ago that we basically skipped anyhow, but now we can skip it even more efficiently. Now we can skip it without aggroing guys, because we do have aggro, technically, from some dudes. Fight through more crows to get, like, a little bit of loot. Alright, I need to remember which way to go. I need to get over to there. Let's see. Oh, is this it? Is this the way? Yeah, this looks like the right way to be. Yep, this is it. So around here, soon enough, we should start finding the big boys, who are not as antsy. There we go. The red-eyed ones are more dangerous and more healthy, but they're still reluctant to come after us. I believe there's a red-eyed version of the werewolf that's actually pretty nasty. Relative to our current attack damage, werewolves are no longer a big deal, so long as they don't catch us by surprise. That being said, there are a couple werewolves in this area that are positioned specifically to try and catch you by surprise. I believe there are also red-eyed werewolves in certain parts of this area. I do not recall that for certain. Yeah, so this is the alternate route to get here. If you come in through this direction, Jura will not be cross with you. But you have to do some pretty fancy stuff. I believe to get that route, you have to fight and kill Vicar Amelia, which you're going to do anyway, because that's story required. And then after you have fought her, you have to get captured by a certain enemy type to make it to a secret location. And then from that secret location, you can work your way back out to here, if I am remembering correctly. Okay, so I'm going to take this left route first. Notably, there is a guy, like, right up there who will try to mess you up. I'm going to quickly equip Pebbles. Oi. Oi, mate. Oh, I can't lock on. Oh, no, there we go. Locked on. Oh. I cannot pebble up sufficiently to get him. He won't land right on you. He just kind of drops down after you've gone through this alley. If it takes you too long to address him, he will kind of come at you in this alley. Beast Blood Pellets are a very powerful consumable that I've never like put to much use. I need to learn how to use them better. That's a scripted thing. Happens the first time you come around here. So I think I mentioned earlier that Bloodstarved Beast is a really good, like, prototypical Bloodborne fight because it involves the use of consumables and such. And yeah, I get into that because this is the area where you start to get these beast pellets. You can have some fire paper from earlier. You get a lot of antidotes. The boss will apply poison as a periphery effect in its later phases. Starting from phase 2, it applies poison. In phase 3, it starts to have a poison mist that is just all around it. So you can get poisoned really easily. So you have to really manage using antidotes to get through poison and using damage consumables to try and burn it out of its third phase before you get kind of attritioned out by the peripheral poison effect. There's a shouty boy back over here. Yeah, in terms of, like, stamina, I was mentioning earlier that, like, stamina is barely a thing in Bloodborne. Even dodging requires very little stamina. You see that, like, for a full dodge like this requires hardly any stamina bar compared to in Dark Souls. And a quick step, the locked on dodge, requires a little bit less. You can dodge for days. So coming up here, we're going to have one of these guys. The Hunter's Torch deals with these very effectively. These are actually pretty vulnerable to fire damage. Some Hunter's Marks, yada yada. I think there's another one of them, like, just a little bit further ahead here as well. Might be wrong about that. It might have been around one of the sides here. Let's see. Yeah, there's a possibility to summon assistance here. It's kind of constantly available. It costs your insight to summon people. I think that is... I don't know if that's actually a guy. That is actually a guy. Yeah, that's right. There are actually a couple of guys around here. If you hover around too long, they will get kind of ticked off. Alright, we need to make a couple changes, because we need to make sure we have antidotes on the bar so that we don't die. We're also going to put beast blood pellets on here, which I'm not super accustomed to using, so that's going to be new. Beast blood pellets actually activate kind of like a turbo mode gauge that I'm going to try to get acclimated to here. So we've got this gauge in the top here. And we want to raise it up by... We raise it up quickly by performing transformation attacks. That's the phase 2. And there's the phase 3. We're going to have antidote at the ready. We've gotten poison. I've never fought this boss with my weapon this upgraded before. So that was like way easier than it's been in the past. I think the last time I fought that boss was with like a +3 weapon. It was a lot more tense. That was so fast. I feel like I just like cheesed the boss by upgrading my weapon too much. Oopsie. This is just like fighting pretty casually, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's got like no health. It's in phase 3. I'm like, wait, what? I was just kind of attacking. But hey. So we've gotten that killed, and our reward for killing the blood-starved beast is the Ptumaru Chalice. Or the Tumara Chalice. The PT sound I'm not always certain how to pronounce. Is it like soft? Is it like a Thumaru Chalice? I don't think so. So these chalices, I'm gonna upgrade this a bit because I can. I could also upgrade the Hunter's Torch. It's upgradable. It doesn't matter much. We don't really care. I don't think we have any more useful blood gems yet. Nope. So the Tumuru Chalice is the first Chalice dungeon that we have access to, which is kind of mentioned before. Chalice dungeons like sit along these ritual altars. There's a bunch of them, kinda. So we'll perform a chalice ritual with the Tumara Chalice. It uses one of the ritual blood we acquired earlier. There's a blood echo cost as well to create it. We consume the materials, we create the dungeon. The dungeon now exists, and we can like head on in here. Any of the dungeons that are created randomly have a prefix on the chalice that is used. They are called root dungeons, I suppose because they branch out. Haha. More blood vials. Pretty soon I think I should have access to fire paper. I don't remember what I need to do for that. But we're going to head on in here and work on the Tumerian Labyrinth. So these are like short stint dungeon thingamajigs. Some of them lead into more of them. Oh, hey. I have just taken down the blood-starved beast. I've also taken down the witch at the end of Hemowic Charnel Lane. I have not fought Vicar Amelia yet. So I'm heading on into the Tumerian Labyrinth for a bit. I'm gonna be including the scripted Chalice dungeons as part of the run, but not the random Chalice dungeons. Yeah, so these places are built using kind of interchangeable building block things that can fit together in various configurations to make more areas. That's a big old pool of oil, so you want to try not to burn in that. But they're pretty cool. There's lots of traps. You can get some items. Whoops. That knife totally threw me off there. Oh yeah, I took him out without too much trouble. I actually one-shot the Cleric Beast and Gascoigne. I did use the music box for Gascoigne because, you know, it's a low-level run. You use the tools that you let yourself use. If it's not explicitly banned in the rules you've set, it's fair game. But he got me pretty clean with that shotgun for a while before I like remembered the rhythm, so to speak. That's right, this requires me to find a lever. I need to remember how this place works. Yeah, the music box definitely is a bit of a lamer way to do the fight. But I did land some clean shotgun counters on him. Ow. It's very rude. I actually killed him with a shotgun counter while he was in wolf form. Which I do think is like one of the typical ways of dealing with him, but hey. Oh my god, if that knocked me back into an axe again, well, I'd have nobody to blame but myself, but it would be funny. Okay, that's right, we need to get after these Bellringer gals. They're not an entirely unique enemy to Chalice dungeons, but this is the earliest spot they appear, and they conjure up more guys. Ouch. Nope, got killed. So that switch there is what I'm going for. I'm just trying to see if I could speed through this room, and the answer is no. Yeah, I really like gun countering. It was a solid idea when they came up with it, honestly. Okay. I think now we loosely remember what to do. Through here, over to here. Yeah. I actually like the bosses of a lot of these areas quite a bit. A lot of these Chalice dungeons. Wait, is that like 2 immediately? I didn't know he could do that. Well, way to go, little guy. I'm gonna wait for him to throw a knife, and then we're gonna cross. We're gonna get hit by another knife, but that's fine. Yeah. We're gonna burn through a couple of blood vials. We bought a lot of them for a reason. Alright, now apparently I need to, like, respect this area or something. Who wants to do that? Some bullets. These guys here with the little sensors are actually some reasonably tough customers, and I completely forget, like, all their patterns and what they do. So, you know, just shoot them. It's pretty good. That did not stun him out of that attack. Oh my god, I got completely trolled by that. Yeah, I think Elden Ring is going to be pretty hype. I'm hoping to pull in some good viewership by running it SL1 from day one. Tell your friends. I don't believe that dude killed me because it didn't credit me the critical on him. He actually invulned through my, like, first R1. And then afterwards, my next R1, like, left him with a pixel of health. And I screwed that up again. Yeah. So apparently, I only caught this through secondhand because I'm trying not to look at much material. But I still surf the Reddits, and I see people getting hype about it. And so long as they're hype in text, and they're not, like, showing off some kind of a strat, whatever. Apparently, they're bringing back power stancing from Dark Souls 2, which is equipping 2 of the same weapon to get a unique attack pattern. Which is pretty cool. There we go. For once, I can get that guy correct. Okay, let's kill the Bellringer. couldn't quite trigger a critical. There we go. Being a little greedy. There we go. I definitely agree about the weapon arts. Yeah, there's definitely some weird PvP stuff. So like, yeah, there are like some people who've gotten really into the PvP, and I can like see them do it, and I can appreciate it a little bit, but not a lot. I mean, it's like there are moments in PvP that I have seen. I'm like, that is really cool. I'm glad the game like created that play opportunity that looks like neat and tactical. But that's like the minority of PvP moments that I see. I'm just gonna die in that pile of rats, and that is fine. I just need to go back to the beginning of this area of the dungeon. So one thing I think is cool, and like the coolest plays I've seen in PvP are actually like casting. And I think if it's PvP like caster versus caster, I almost feel like that's more fair and balanced than anything that's going on with the melee. I just think the melee is kind of janky to be doing in PvP because dodging is so good. That is true. That is true. Yeah, there are absolutely builds that only exist to cheese multiplayer. Or to be multiplayer focused. I think co-op builds I appreciate a good bit. Ouch. I did not want to get hit by that the way I did. I gotta remember a little bit how to fight this guy. If I remember correctly, this fight is mostly about like popping the big puff balls in his legs. That's like, that's where the damage is. It's right in them knees. Do a full transformation visceral combo. Ouch. Oh, one bad dodge, he was almost dead. Bummer. Yeah, the Chalice dungeons do give us some like nice, meaty, quick areas, a neat little boss, and then you move on. If you just like the core combat of the game, maybe the core loop of the game of like explore an area, figure out how to deal with the enemies, fight a boss, the Chalice dungeons are pretty great for that. And like, there's some items in here and stuff, I guess. Whatever. Most of the items in here are not that important because it's not like gonna change your game plan. Ouch! I accidentally triggered a jump. Typical stuff. That's the huge. I want to get these. Ouch! I am really up against the wall. I got a little kicked there. That's bad. Am I dead? I am dead. I am in the floor. So I'm really acclimating more to using transformation attacks in this run. I have not used them a lot. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, parries to me almost always feel jank in PvP. Like a lot of the melee feels really jank in PvP because I feel as though a lot of the core game design, the PvE game design, is built up to be reactive, and in the PvP space it's like proactive. So you have to get these like weird reads into parry, and when you get parried, it feels like you just walked into a friggin' wall. Now, they have made a statement about Elden Ring. There is some multiplayer, but they've made a statement that the invader is expected to be at a disadvantage. That's like the way it is, and it's like I believe the rule for Bloodborne is if you have not summoned an ally, you cannot be invaded. Nope. I hit attack instead of dodge accidentally. That legitimately happened just now. I got a little stomped there. This boss actually gets used more than once, so learning his patterns is a good idea. I'm not really doing that right now. There we go. I learned more about his stagger mechanics than anything else for that fight. I don't think that's controversial at all. I think a lot of people share in that opinion. I mean, I don't play the multiplayer of Dark Souls, for certain. Let's see, which way are we going? I think we're going, yeah, we're going here because there's an elevator. This will take us to the next floor of the Chalice Dungeon. It should give us a lantern, I think. Don't you get a lantern for these? Some of the Chalice Dungeons have illusory walls that I need to remember about. I don't remember exactly where they are. So I'm going to be attacking a lot of random walls while I'm doing this stuff. Okay, moving along. It's seriously going to bug me until I can remember where these invisible walls are. We've got a chime ringer over here somewhere, but I don't remember where exactly. I found her. She like barely didn't die with the first combo, so she got to like do a bit more. Yeah, this is the room with the little switch. Right, I forgot about this pattern of guy, because I don't like him. I feel like that type of enemy exists to mock, like, players in Dark Souls for just rolling all the time. Okay. There's the door. So we can try to cut back. You're still alive? Don't give me that. Blood vials. Precious, precious blood vials. Alright. I was about to just throw some shade at that wall for not having any pots when the other walls had pots. It's like, come on, what are you hiding? That lack of pots. Some manner of sinister intent. I think this is the way we're heading. Yep, because there is the gate. Cool. Not going to fret too much about possible items in these places. I know they're not that important. Seriously cannot remember where the secret doors are. That's right. This is the one that has the gang squad set up. I didn't think I was actually going to trigger the knockdown, but I did. I think we've got one of these guys with a shotgun that I loosely need to watch out for. What's it called? It is best to kill these guys one at a time. There's no kind of enrage effect or anything fancy. It's kind of ordinary dudes. Actually make good on that critical, which is a bummer. Ouch. One down. Hit trade there, and while you're on the floor, I want to pressure Shotgun Boy. Being said, Shotgun Boy still has quite a lot of health left. Ouch. I took a lot of damage through that pillar. Pretty short on healing now. Huh. I took a mean amount of stagger. There we go. And now that he's gone, it's just the one. Take this a little carefully. And just kind of make a mockery of this last guy. He does put away the shotgun when he's alone. Taken out. We have the Tumaru Root Chalice now, which would allow us to create random Tumaru dungeons, but we're not going to do that. Kick that up. Make our way down here. We have another elevator. Tumaru Layer 3. Oh, you can summon somebody here. Oh, I can't attack down on the ladder? Sorry, is kicking something we only learn in Dark Souls 3? A little annoying how many how much invuln he had on that. Whatever. Right, so we've got some of these guys here. Oh, you're not our bell gal. You're just randomly holding a lantern and making me confused. Got some level 2 ritual blood. Ritual blood 2. Those 2s don't mean that you're finding 2 of the item, it means that it's a level 2 variant of the item. And that is important in some cases. Okay, we've got at least 2 summoners hanging out. I think the other one is underneath this stretch. Okay, we start getting the ghostly dudes here. They're kind of noteworthy. I think they cast, they might have like a grapple, I don't remember. Some stuff. No, wasn't that one. Okay, I wasn't confirming, so really wanted to make sure I was aware of the blood vials I had received. I could have sworn the layout was something like this, and there would be an illusory wall, but I do not remember the exact details surrounding that. I feel like this room is dangerous, and I don't remember why. I just remember those trees being something dangerous. Tomb mold. No, wait. Was the trees the signifier of the illusory wall? Was it one of these things? I really thought that was just going to go away. Oh boy. This is why people put, like, notes on these things when you're playing online. It's actually pretty annoying to check. You know, it's... Ha! Okay, that's probably what I was remembering, is that there's a trap in that room that causes a bunch of dudes to show up. There might be some more of those along this floor. Traps, that is. Dude summoning traps. Probably a couple of them. And that feature, traps that summon enemies, is unique to the Chalice dungeons. It's not in, like, any of the base areas of the game. Okay. Right, so we, there's a little shortcut available that can get you between the lower areas and the higher area. Now that we've operated it once, it should be active. So yeah, you can even have little shortcuts the same way you do in the regular areas of the game. Yeah, there's one of these on either side. That's right, they just have a dual throw attack pattern. Angry at you, trees. Okay, I think this is like loosely the area I need to be progressing through. I got the tomb mold, which is not very exciting. It's It's not the thing behind the tomb mold. Yeah. Alright. Let's go back this way. Trying to remember some stuff. Okay, so if I go down, I'll be with the spook. What was through here? This is the corridor with one item at the end. That is the thing about the Chalice dungeons. They're neat when you know where to go, but they are not laid out in like a super like fun game designy way. What I mean by that is like good game design, your eyes and your flow of play will naturally be drawn in the direction that is correct to progress. And the Chalice dungeons are not like that. They just kind of have sprawl, and generally you need to explore them kind of ad nauseum. Oh man, if he randomly killed me because I didn't get that critical, I was going to be annoyed. Okay, so we get that triggered. I think there's like an enemy in the smoke somewhere around here that I need to be a little cautious of. Is this illusory? No? Okay. Okay. I see your game. You know, just like weird me out with things not being illusory at all until the moment they are. Okay, I think we need to go back through here. I don't remember if I've actually seen the boss door yet. I feel like it's in this central area somewhere. Oh yeah, there are cannons here that can be activated. And they actually do fire cannonballs. You can't really reposition them. You can get hit by them. The enemies know how to operate them, and they will try to like get you if you're standing in a really weird, unsafe place. Yeah. Tempering Blood Gemstone. We don't need to fight a Snatcher. Okay. I loosely remembered there being something worthwhile under here. It's probably just that one little guy I was remembering. Okay. It's not here, right? Nope. This is the spot that's opposite the little entryway area. Pretty sure. Let me go back in the entry and see if there was the boss door. Oh, no? I had that wrong. The platform is perpendicular to the entry point. And that is a nondescript wall on the other side. So that would be the way I first got in here. Was the illusory wall like in the pit? Not in this one. Maybe that's another dungeon. That's gotta be, I don't know if that's another floor or another dungeon that I'm thinking about. Some of these are silly with illusory walls. So we open this up. Okay, this is the one where there's another area beyond that. Where does this go? I think this might have either another chalice or some other materials that are maybe useful. Or maybe necessary. Is this the area with the illusory wall? If it is, then I think it's downstairs. Just gonna attack like the 4 cardinal directions of the room. Okay, no dice here. Opening this. Now I have not gone past the Snatcher. Some of those statues that look like that are like trap statues that shoot stuff at you. And I don't remember if there's a way to positively differentiate them from ordinary versions, so we just gotta attack them every time. Quickly take those guys out. Attack a random wall. Okay, this segment here is pointless. Ah, I just hit the trigger that would have made that statue shoot something at me if I had not gotten rid of the statue. So they are based on floor panels. So I've not checked out the area that is behind this Snatcher. Snatchers are like some pretty dangerous dudes that I've just been avoiding. Is he following me or not? Doesn't look like it. Grab a couple of items. Got some mollies. No, you're not the illusory one? Okay. This is like another room that could host a switch. No, it's not, because this is the bit where I was in the pointless lower part of the room earlier. I think that room format is able to hold a switch, but didn't happen to hold a switch this time. There's a meaningful chest down there. That's right. That's why you come into this offshoot. There's a meaningful chest behind an annoying shotgun-wielding dude. Yeah, they only really like to pull out the shotgun when you are, they only really like to pull out the melee weapon when you're right on top of them. Right, so we get a Ritual Blood 2 out of that, which may not be important because I think I found enough of that stuff. But, I mean, technically, you use those to roll more dungeons, so you can use Ritual Blood and gather Ritual Blood to play as much dungeon as you want. That's just not important to us as part of this run. Those guys do inflict a lot of damage, so I'm going to treat them very seriously every time we run into one. There we go. Okay, now I can continue through to where the boss would be, which I think is down here. Probably through this like big highfalutin door. Seems kind of bossy. Watchdog of the Old Lords. I think I loosely remember this guy. I remember him dashing around, and you want to, like, bop on the noggin. But you need to be a little conservative about your noggin bops. How does your fire breath work? Okay, he's got a very local lava breath thing going on. I really need to remember the patterning for this guy before I commit too hard. That's right, he has like a fire snarl bite thing. He's got the quick charge that he's showcased, which is that. That's right, I think we want to do most of this fight. Yeah, that's how we do it. We do most of this fight with the weapon transformed. We walk back, we hit him in the face, we walk forward, and we watch out for the dash. There is a bit of distance on that attack. We need to be aware of that. But most of this fight, we just kind of step backwards and it's pretty safe, so long as we don't get hit by that. Yeah, that's the thing to watch out for. But I believe this is the last boss of this segment of the dungeon. Every Chalice dungeon basically has 3 bosses, then you unlock the next Chalice dungeon. The Tumero Labyrinth, I believe, has the section we're currently in, and then it's got like the central and then the lower. So we've got like 9 bosses that are part of this. If I'm remembering correctly, I think we've basically got I mean, geez. So I don't remember if all of these have 3 bosses. I can't remember if some of them have more. There's a lot of bosses that are like simple or reskins. Some of them are actually like duplications of bosses that exist in the regular course of the game. I'm gonna grab my Blood Echoes real quick. Alright, let's get back to it. Ah! I got a little confused because I like weirdly... I thought I triggered a stagger, and I was wrong. Ouch. Yep, he did the double bites. There was a bit more delay on the second bite than I was expecting. There's the fire snarls. Oh, that's the dash. Yeah. Oh, I'm alive. So the dash is not a certain kill if I'm at completely full health. Gotta watch out for the fire claw setup a bit. That's something else? Okay, he's got an explosion. Noted. Yeah, this is mostly just a boss where you kind of walk backwards. And, like, don't accidentally get murdered by being too aggressive. Or by being too hasty. That's the fire belch, right? Yeah. Technically, for this attack, you can, like, go behind him and, like, chop his legs up a bit. Most of this fight, you just want to bop him on the snoot. That's 2 bites. That's 3 bites. Yeah, yeah. It's a little close to the fire snarls. That's the explosion. That's the several bites. We're running low on blood now. If he wants to do that attack, you basically just don't approach. You really can't. He's doing the vomit. Yeah, you don't have a ton of time to actually get behind him when he does that. There's the critical option. And it's just not happening. He just didn't want to give me the critical. And that will kill me. Wow. Wow. I don't know why it didn't give me the visceral there. I don't know if that's because the boss is not actually subject to visceral. That's possible. Because it should trigger even if I'm in the heavy. I was probably just standing a little bit too far away when I triggered the attack. Blah. Alright. We'll see if we can get through that a bit faster in general. This particular fight for Bloodborne is very slow. Yeah, he likes to start with the charge to, like, intimidate you. 2 bites. 2 bites. I think I can just unlock for this and... Yeah, that's good damage, so I need to be doing that. I'm going to try mixing in some fully charged attacks when I'm sure I can get away with it. Okay, I don't think he's subject to Visceral, and I actually have to worry about his critical wake-up, because he is going to do that snap, snap, burn thing every time. So if I knock him down, I have to just take like 1 or 2 hits and then back it up. But there's a few things I can do to speed up the fight. Alright, I see that it is 10:50, which is a bummer. I did start the stream a bit late. I am having really good fun, though. I could go as late as midnight and still be fine for work. So I don't need to drive in. It's seriously like the last day before Thanksgiving vacation. If anybody seriously wants to get work done, like, what are you even doing? Come on. I was a little short on being able to get the full charge off. Oh, that's the charge. It's not the, I thought he was about to do the snaps. And I did not wake up fast enough to live. Whoops. I would rather have fights like that where I like make an error and get torn apart in a moment, as opposed to a fight where I spend like 10 blood vials and don't make it through. Rather have it be over quick. Okay. There's a particle effect telegraph that I can watch for that showcases when he's going to do the full dash. The fire particles that are around him, like, kind of shoot away from him in an instant. That was a misjudgment on the heavy attack. We're learning like a bit more what we can do, which is also teaching us what we cannot do. Like I could certainly dial it back and try to do the fight safer, but whatever. It's not like I'm fighting Murgo's wet nurse right now. There's a couple other critters in the game that I do consider super threatening. That I have to approach with care. Yeah, so there's that little flare-up. I thought that might hit me. I'm pleased to see that it did not. That one will hit me because I was attacking in. That will definitely hit me. Okay, I'm just going to give him space this time. Yeah, because he'll do that on Wake Up, even if I'm not really around. That's Vomit. I think I stunned him as well. Can't really tell. Ah, that was the charge. But I'm not dead. I could not make out the telegraph from all the fire. I think I can be forgiven for that. I'm willing to forgive myself, certainly. It's going to be at least 2 bites there. It was 3 bites. Two bites. 3 bites. 4 bites. If he's going to do 3 bites, I think he's going to do 4 bites every time. I don't think I've ever seen him do just 3. Fire snaps. 1. Fire snaps. Fire snaps again. He's in a mood. It's 2 bites. He stopped at 2. 2. There's the 3 and then the 4. Donk. 2. no, that... Oh. Okay, that was actually a 3 sequence, but it ended with the same, like, terminal attack. I think what he can do with that is loosely dependent on which side he starts from, but I'm not keeping super careful track of that. Ah, come on. Okay, that's actually a vomit. Need to unlock. That's dash, and I actually read it correctly. Yay! Yeah, too short. Just gonna do the same attack 3 times in a row, eh? Do 1 hit, move out. There we go. Alright, and for that we get the Central Chalice, because we have now completed the upper Tumera Labyrinth. And, you know, that's all well and good, but we're not going to head on into that chalice immediately. We'll throw it down because it costs some blood echoes to place, and we've got blood echoes right now, so we'll do that. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm not going to purchase just yet, because we need to set up the next chalice, which will be the central. We're not touching the root chalice. We're not sharing. This is not the... I don't know what that's for. This requires a 6 level 2 ritual blood, which we thankfully had. And like kind of a lot of blood echoes for now, but whatever. Okay, so we're going to start working on Vicar Amelia now. Which is connected to the Cathedral Ward. Lagstrike, if you're still in the chat, if you could block out that spammer message, that'd be cool. Thanks. Oh, you know what? We don't actually have to take on Vicar Amelia immediately. We could go get bagged and taken to the Hypogean Gowl. But I am going to go after Amelia, though. Actually, you know what? Before I go after Amelia, I am going to take one more stab at this dude who's off on the right here with the shotgun and the spear. I think it's after Amelia that we can acquire the Tonsil Stone. Eh. My dodge reflexes are not on point for this guy. His shotgun does so much damage. It's really uncool. Ugh. He'll like also fire the shotgun with about the same cadence until he doesn't. Didn't get the dodge right. I almost got countered instead. Well, farewell to blood vials. Who needs those? I hate this guy so much. Alright, absolute freaking troll. Like, he will just prance around and do shotgun blasts for half an hour. Yep, that killed me. Okay. So there are some pretty handy items down there that I might need to go through. Oh yeah, this guy's the worst. He's just like shotgun blasts for days. He's like, he will just do 3 dodges into a shotgun blast too. It's like, oh what, you got close enough to do like 30 or 40 damage? Eat 4 shotgun blasts, these are lethal. And if I want to refill on blood vials, I do have to go back to the Hunter's Dream to pick them out of the storage. So I'm going to kill a couple guys on the way back. See if... Yep, we got a couple. Got one more back than I had to use. Yeah. There are, like, characters that will shoot cannons at you that are not as, like, goony as this one guy with a shotgun. It's also because he has a shotgun and a spear. It's impossible to make this NPC commit. So I think what I have to do to get this guy down is I'm going to have to kind of dodge through shotgun shrapnel to body him into a corner. It starts with dodging correctly. Because if you mess up a dodge, he's going to fire a shotgun. He's going to fire a shotgun, and then if you get stunned by the shotgun, he's going to, like, shoot you again. It's kind of his thing. Now, he likes shooting after a dodge, which you should think, like, that shouldn't be safe. It's incredibly safe. Because when he shoots after a dodge, it'll trigger a counter if you're trying to attack him. So if you don't dodge behind him, or if you don't stay behind him as he's dodging, you're going to get torn up. He will also do a shotgun blast after you've landed 2 hits on him as like a fast counter option. This guy only spawns once, and he pretty much has to die in order for us to explore the area behind him, which, by my recollection, is a meaningful location with, like, a good amount of loot. Let's see. We still need twin blood shards, I believe, for the next weapon upgrade level, but it's like 10 or 12 of them that we need. And we've got 2. So I need to get another 8 or 10. I'm just gonna punish him a little bit for swinging that thing. So, that particular enemy, the one with the giant axe, there is like a special critical method for him, and the game gives you a bit of a hint. When he, like, stomps and lands hard on one of his legs, you can see a gush of blood. There's a certain timing to attack that leg where you will put him into a crumple state and trigger a critical. Thank goodness dodging is cheap. Not that cheap, though. Yeah, so so long as I apply the knowledge, if he fires the shotgun and I get hit, he's going to fire the shotgun again. If he dodges, he's probably going to fire the shotgun. If he does the weapon swap, I should probably shoot him with a shotgun. Now, I'm pretty sure the reason he's set up like this is because he's actually using the shotgun spear, that weapon. So he won't do melee attacks without switching. Yeah, I think the timing of when you want to hit that leg is something about when he's got the axe up for the big swing, or it's right when he's landing with that big swing, which is tricky because you have to not be in a dodge. Man, running speed is really something else in Bloodborne. It's great. For all that this random goon is awful, it doesn't take long to get back to fighting him. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to fight him without vials, like a lot of them. Even when I get a bit of a good segment or a decent stretch, I'm losing my arms to hit this boy. So I'm gonna have to dunk a lot of vials into trying to kill this at this point. I should really just go after the Vicar. So let's grab some more vials out of storage. We'll go after Vicar Amelia. And we're going to throw some items at her, give it some pepper. Where do we go to interact with storage? Is it up in here? It's like, yeah, there we go, storage. Okay, yeah, like, please actually restock my stuff. This is kind of a UI problem that they fixed in, Wait, do I not actually have more? Are you kidding me? I had like 80. It's worse. I actually ran out. Which is why they didn't restock me. I should have realized something was wrong. Oh my god. You go through these things so flippin' fast. Well, we'll crunch a lot of cold blood and stock back up. Yeah, here I thought they were just, like, hanging out in storage and not restocking automatically for some reason. Never mind. I just blew through, like, 60 of them in basically no time flat. Let's go fight the Vicar. So from what I recall of the Vicar Amelia boss fight, she's very much kind of a lesson check. She's very much about, have you learned how to play Bloodborne yet? And if you've learned how to play Bloodborne, she's not a big deal. The basis of this and why I say she's about learning to play Bloodborne is she has a lot of hit stun properties. So aggression like turns her into putty. Just some raw, absolutely nutty levels of aggression. You can just kind of go ham on this boss if you do it right. I don't know like the exact patterning to do it. I've seen it done a couple of times. It's not something I've committed to memory. It's not something we need to commit to memory. The boss is absolutely beatable either way. But we're going to see if we can style on this. I'm going to let this play out a little bit. So, Vicar Amelia or Vicar Amelia, I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced. I believe is a participant or a portion of the Blood Ministry, and her descent into beasthood, I think, is a demonstration of kind of the hopelessness of this and how far things have fallen. That those who have offered and promised to perform healing are themselves also now turning into beasts. And I'm uncertain if her beastly transformation is a symptom of her having helped people. Like, perhaps she's given all she can. I don't know the exact lore. But her design is flippin' cool. She's got, like, this fox nature spirit thing going on. Dodge. Ouch. She going crazy. Okay, she's restoring her injured parts. Ouch. Okay, I missed the visceral while I had her stunned, and that made the fight a bit messy because I lost a lot of damage there. But we put out a ton of damage while our consumables were active, and that really set us up for a pretty simple boss fight. There's no risk of us, like, losing out on health or attrition when we've knocked the boss down that hard.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood.
Fear the
I must
old
take
blood.
my leave.
I'm not certain from the voiceovers. I think he may be talking to Mikolash in that. I mean, there are only so many characters to draw on.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
Oh no, I suppose he must be talking to Lawrence. Ah, is this actually the skull of Lawrence? Possibly. Lawrence is one of the old hunters, and actually one of the bosses in the DLC, kind of mirroring, what's it called? That kind of mirrors the circumstances of Artorias from Dark Souls 1, if I'm thinking of the right character. I might be thinking of Ludwig? Fairly similar names. Okay, so stepping outside, after killing Vicar Amelia, we have actually advanced kind of the state of the game a bit. The enemies that are present in certain areas will have changed, which is a little handy-dandy for us because we need to go interact with a very special friend. Quit it. It's your Spirit Lantern nonsense. I don't actually need to worry about these guys. It's not really worth the time to fight them anyway. So a lot of these walking giants are kind of getting tired. They've been schlepping around all day. They're not in the mood anymore. What the? I think one of those guys, like, maybe hit me through a wall. I don't know what happened. You may be wondering why we've returned to this area where we've already been. Well, we've got some business to attend to. Let's see. There you are. Look at you. You love shooting that gun, don't you? And there are two things we need to get done down here. One of them is we need to get down towards the end of this lane. And the circumstances of the people around here have somewhat changed.
Oh, might you know the night is long, please? Oh, fine, maybe I'll see.
We tell her about Odeon, and she'll head over there. Good stuff.
What's this two-bit nonsense? I heard you told that wench well, she's a downfall. What? Rehearsal?
Yep, that guy is going to be... I think he's crazy later. I don't recall if he dies, but he will definitely be insane in the membrane. Okay, so... yeah, so things are going a little wrong around here.
Help me! Please help! Help me!
I don't think there's much we can do for him. Bad luck, I'm afraid. Okay, so we haven't spawned a Snatcher here yet, so I might have the trigger wrong. Oh, we got the Black Church set. I suppose I've missed that in like 2 walks through this place. I'm not surprised. not that unusual to miss things. Let's see. Yeah, we can take down these guys pretty quickly at this point. We're gonna have... We have so many Quicksilver bullets. My goodness. Now the shotgun that we're using is a very, like, counterattack oriented weapon. If we were instead trying to make use of, like, actual damage from, like, a pistol or a repeating pistol, then we'd be very happy to have the bullets. You kind of need a lot of bullets to make those do anything for you. Oh, so, yeah, it was previously daytime outside. Now that we've killed Vicar Amelia, we're coming into the night now. Tricky. That's right. This door over here is open now with no real fanfare.
Oh, the hunt, thank you. Well, she don't offer. I'd rather see her.
If you find, send them.
Now there is another option for sane survivors. You can instead send them out to what's it called? Instead of the chapel, you can send them over to Yosefka's clinic, the place where you start the game. This is not in their best interests. Yeah, we're hopefully bringing up the average a bit. I do want to know who is outfitting old men with chain guns. I think that question should be answered. Got the communion rune. I can't remember exactly what's up here in the Healing Church workshop. I believe it's possibly a route to certain areas. I believe I auto-loot him because he's dead. Nope, that's wrong. I need to manually loot him. I think there might be... Oh, that's right, that's right. There's a couple important things through here. One of which I need to, like, cleverly fall to. And I need to remember where exactly that is and how to cleverly manage that fall. Okay, so it's like over there. Sheesh. I'm not sure if I can get that fall right. Let's try it. That doesn't look right. Nope, dead. Okay. We're gonna have to do this a couple times. Nah, I don't expect to be streaming much else for the rest of the week, so I want to get in as much of this as I can manage for today. But I don't expect to be online tomorrow, or Thursday or Friday at this point. Oh, we don't actually want to be at the Cathedral Ward. We don't want to be at this lamp, so we gotta teleport twice. Oh yeah, I mean lag is normal. There might be some frame rate dropping. I'm not sure. The capture card is definitely a bit rougher on the system. Yes, we've got the Eye of the Blood Drug Hunter. This allows us to access the DLC. It's accessible as soon as you've beaten at least Vicar Amelia. You need to get at least that far in the game. We can equip the Communion Rune. Doesn't matter much. It lets us hold more blood vials at once, which is not even necessarily a beneficial activity, so to speak. Like, you don't really want to hold more blood vials, to be honest. Okay. Going back to the Cathedral Ward. Okay, so I still need to get higher up in the Church Healing Workshop. Healing Church Workshop. Yeah, I mean, you can actually configure that as much as how much lag you want or stream delay. So you can, if you're playing something that's like a big multiplayer thing, you can set up a delay of like 10 minutes if you want. Ah, here's the gal we brought on back.
Thank you. I'd like to tend up all I can put you in.
I don't remember what her blood treatment does.
I suppose.
I think it's a healing item or something.
Oh, thank you. Well, only now and then, but she's a kind.
If you fall, send him along.
Yeah, I think it gives you a healing item that you can replenish from her, which is okay. I don't have a lot of spare fire paper. Yeah, if you're playing like a big deal multiplayer game, or like a strategic multiplayer game, you don't necessarily want to prioritize chat interaction over your performance in the game. Oh, come on. Alright, there we go. Got safe. Shields. Don't you know what game this is? There's only one shield in Bloodborne, and it's like a plank shield, and it pretty much mocks you for carrying it. Like, pretty directly. The item description basically states, this is not a practical thing to use. Like a lot of other rooms in Bloodborne, this room punishes you for being pensive. Because if that dude opens up on you with the chain gun, you're basically dead. This dude has an elephant gun instead of a chain gun. We got a really solid amount of thick cold blood there. I'm gonna run a little loop around this top area. Got this. I believe that one of the hunter badges is over here that lets us buy more items. So that's pretty clutch. The sky and the cosmos are one. The choir. I believe that's about there being like an invisible path type of thing going on here. Let me see. But I think you have to trigger the path to exist. Yeah, currently I don't think there's an invisible path, but I think you can get one to... I think one shows up later, or you can get one to show up later. Do not remember the details of how it works. I think it's post-ROM. You get another path to an area. More old men with more, like, deadly gadgets. They're just all too eager to wheelchair up and roast you. It's pretty funny. Okay, the Radiant Sword Hunter Badge. Yeah, that's a lot of what we came here for. That'll let us buy some new items. This door is not open yet. We need a super fancy key to get at it. Okay, so that's like half of the stuff in the Healing Church Workshop. This is like the origin of hunting in Yharnam, is the things developed in this place. So it's like a little lore-heavy area. That's part of it being attached to Chapel Odeon, where of course... Oh! Okay, that was very rude, game. Just like kind of shoved me off of that, like a little slip and slide. All right. Well, I'm not super attached to my current count of souls because I need to be taking a plunge at the moment and trying to figure out how to make that fall work. Yeah, we can carry 21 blood vials now instead of 20, because that's going to make a difference. That is a bit of a thing about the rune system, as well as the blood gems. Early blood gems are very meaningless. Like, physical attack up plus 0.7%. Not going to get us very far. We could go back and re-equip some stuff now, because we've got, like, you know, this is a 13% boost. That's alright. This one actually makes us do fire attack damage, and it will add fire to our weapon. Which is pretty handy while we're so low on fire paper. It's good for exploring certain areas where enemies are weak to fire, where you maybe don't want to be constantly using fire paper. Okay, so we are now going to be going around the back and taking this fall. And there's a few different reasons to take this fall and come down here and do this stuff. So one of them that I'm trying to get at, I mean, if you fall to the bottom of this, that leads somewhere. I don't remember where. I'm sure it's important. But apart from falling to the bottom, there's like a halfway area that you can fall to with a door right there. And I don't recall that door requiring any kind of special key. I think you just got to land there. I backstepped accidentally. Thankfully, I'm not dead. What I wanted to do there was prep myself to do a jump by, like, dashing and such. Oh, didn't get the jump done, and now I'm dead. There's also, like, a beastie down here. Yeah, right at that door. And you can get that door open, too, and that leads somewhere. We'll get around to that in a bit. I believe that door actually goes into the old Yarnum section that we were at before, and that is the route to take if you don't want to tick off Jura by opening the door that he has marked with, like, no entry. If you don't break his seal and you approach him from behind, he'll be palsy about it. And you can kind of agree with him about the whole ordeal and not fight him. And I believe you'll still get access to his gear in that case. Now that we've ticked him off, if we want his, like, stuff, we'll have to fight him. And I think that might be necessary in order for us to unlock fire paper. I don't remember. If that's necessary in order to unlock fire paper purchases, we need to do it. We need to be able to purchase fire paper, absolutely. Now the bolt paper unlock is behind an optional boss. And I believe that boss is in the Hypogean Gowl. Yes, there is some fancy falling that is required around this area. I am very bad at fancy falling. It is not my forte. I'm glad enough to get that top hat. It's just fairly tricky. So we're trying to get to that door that I've got my camera centered on. Now I think you might have to get there by taking a fall from, like, that platform to that platform to that, like, little weird spit of platform, and then you can fall the rest of the way down. I am not certain if you can actually get there by jumping from here, but we're going to try to get there by jumping from here, so Let's do it. I didn't get the jump trigger because it's a Dark Souls 1 jump, and they're kind of tricky compared to Dark Souls 2 jumps. I have no idea why they didn't go with the Dark Souls 2 control scheme for this. They were developing Bloodborne in parallel with Dark Souls 2, which is why Dark Souls 2's early game has a different designer. It's because Miyazaki was working on Bloodborne at the time. So let me just drill jumping. Yeah, okay, that's the buttons I thought I pressed. Yeah, alright. So the Dark Souls 1 jump controls is, of course, while running, you have to let off circle for a moment and then repress it, or B if you're on an Xbox controller. Whereas in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, because Dark Souls 3 inherited the Dark Souls 2 control method for that. In both of those, you jump by tapping down the left thumbstick. Which I find is generally a lot harder to accidentally input while you're running around. I mean, generally. It didn't stop me from accidentally jumping to death in several instances during my Dark Souls 3 run. That was not even an uncommon circumstance. Okay, I think some of that is actually like standable. Okay, not the bits I landed on though. Not those bits. So the reason why this is an obnoxious jumping puzzle is this is actually like a really late game secret area. Sort of. There is an item that you need to acquire in order to fight the true boss. You need to acquire at least 3 of a special item. She's going to kind of go nutty for a while. She's not enjoying the evening. I can't remember if she makes it through this whole thing, the old lady. Most NPCs don't. I thought I saw like a little something there, but it was my imagination. Anyways, we take a little fall down here. Top ourselves off so the little falls are not killing us. Okay, so I'm trying to find a way to land on... trying to find like a good halfway point to land on that thing where the ropes are. And I don't think I can just jump lined up with the ropes, because I think that might be lethal. Maybe if I just roll off here? Like this? Nope. Okay. That is a different way to fail. Okay, so... I've got a couple ideas. One is... Maybe like following the ropes down is not actually lethal, and I can survive that fall. That doesn't look very survivable, but maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Thought number 2 is that if I can get at that platform there that's underneath the platform I'm looking at, I'd probably be in good shape. But I can't even conceive of a way to get that. Okay. I'm going to try to roll for the ropes. Okay, that's actually... you actually survived that. That's the way to do it. Okay. Because then we just take a little drop here, comparatively. And we're in. So this puts us at the abandoned old workshop. Just for arriving here, we receive some insight. So the abandoned old workshop, of course, is the same look as the Hunter's Dream. And the two are related in ways that I've never, I don't really understand. You get the dolls set for coming over here. You can get that whole look. The old Hunter Bone, which allows you to use like a certain quick step maneuver thing. 1/3 of umbilical cord. That's an important item. If you use 3/3 of an umbilical cord, you get to fight the final boss at the end of the game. There is an abandoned doll here. There is a lamp we can light. I don't think there's much else to do here. We get the small hair ornament that we can give over to the doll in the dream that does something, I think. I don't remember what it does. And then there's a little bit of space to run around. This is not like as big as the Hunter's Dream version of the workshop. Okay. Remember, what's our description on? So the old Hunter Bone is a hunter's tool. It uses 4 bullets. It gives you a buff that speeds up your rolling and dodging. I'm not planning on using it for the run. I might, I don't know. I'm sure it would be helpful and strong, at least somewhat. The doll stuff is definitely not an upgrade in any way, shape, or form. Here we go. Although it has been lost for some time, one can still see signs of the care with which this tasteful ornament was once kept. Its color would stand out most brilliantly against a head of grayish hair. Okay. So we're going to use this to go back to the Hunter's Dream. And I think, given the time, this is probably about where we need to call it. So the next time I sit down, there's some stuff that I can get at that is over to that side with Mr. Angry Shotgun. So I might still be trying to work through him.
Hello, good hunter.
Oh yeah.
I am a doll.
Oh right, I still haven't
Here
spoken
is
to the
trained
doll this entire
honorable
time.
hunter, and I will check. You will hand me to him.
I don't really care about. Have a hair ornament.
A yearning. What's happened? Tell me, hunter.
Enjoy that. Feel happiness. I forget what the tear stone actually does. I think that's okay, you can use it to gain a droplet blood gem. I don't believe this has a use beyond using it for that. I think that's I also don't recall if there's a use for the gold pendant apart from gaining the guaranteed blood gem out of it. But I don't remember how that stuff works, so I'm not going to expend them yet. I'm going to look that up, and I'll expend them the next time I sit down. Do like some quick weapon upgrading. Do you have anything to say right now?
If the beasts loom large as every, I hold where hunters fall.
Ah, yes. Take a look for Chalice Dungeons.
The few were lost, but if one of yet the town as it was burned, the pearl, one of the attack.
Yep. Swap out some blood gems. Yeah, we've got some fancier ones. We can see the new stats on the left there. Got a Tempering Blood Gemstone 3. We have the option of adding fire attack, notably, but if you do add fire attack, it does convert your entire profile of damage over to fire. You stop doing physical damage at all. So we can get either 5 flat or this. This is better. And yeah, we are still 4 twin stone shards away from getting the next upgrade The next upgrade will get us our third blood gem slot. All right. So that's going to be it for tonight. I'm not, once again, I'm not sure when I can get back to this, but I love the heck out of the game. Like, Bloodborne's so good, man. I'm super glad that I figured out the trouble and was able to get to share this with you. Funny thing, the reason I couldn't get this to stream yesterday, there's a setting on the PS4 that is basically just a setting that says, hey, would you like to block all HDMI capture devices that are like connected to your system? And that's just a setting that they enabled a while ago for some reason. I don't get it. It's claims to be a security setting. Maybe it is a security setting. Perhaps somebody is gaining some kind of security benefit from that, but I don't get it. Anyhow, this has been Jupiter Exile. I wish to all of you a good night, and especially a good holiday, because that's going to be coming up soon. In the event that I do have some spare time on Wednesday, I'll try and get into a bit of this. I just don't know when I need to be leaving my house to take care of some travel, because I definitely want to be somewhere sitting comfortable for Thursday. I don't want to be on the road for a great big chunk of Thanksgiving. It's just obnoxious. Well, until next we wander, this has been Jupiter Exile. Good night.